India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you all. Thank you all for joining us today on AIMA's 68th Foundation Day, which is also being celebrated as India's 18th National Management Day. We would like to thank our sponsors. May I have your kind attention, please? We would like to thank our sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Tata Steel Limited and Triveni Turbines Limited. Our co-sponsors, Dempo Group and Vodafone Idea Limited. Our associate sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Kevin Care Private Limited, GAIL India Limited, Godrej Industries Limited, Transport Corporation of India Limited, and Team Rajiv. Our corporate sponsors, IFCO, JK Paper Limited, MIT ADT University, Nico Engineering Services Limited, Nico Cables Private Limited, NTPC Limited, Patton International Limited, Tata Chemicals Limited, and Vikram Solar. We would also like to thank our knowledge partner, Grant Thornton Bharat, for their support. The theme for today is the Indian Century, Managing Growth with Transformation. And we are privileged to have a very distinguished lineup of dignitaries and speakers and a very eminent audience with us today. May I request you all to please be seated as we will shortly be beginning with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode throughout the program. There are no breaks in this program. Tea and coffee is available at the back of the hall. Please do pick up a cup and come back on your seats. Please do not stand there and chat as it disturbs the tempo of the program. Thank you for your understanding. Please bear with us as we await the arrival of our chief guest for the day, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. As you can all see, our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa of India, Government of India, has already joined us here in our midst. May I request you all once again to please kindly take your seats. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start the program in a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have in our midst today the Honorable Chief Guest for the day, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and our guest of honor, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa of India, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them with a huge round of applause. May I request Mr. Nikhil Sani, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director Triveni Turbine Limited, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Immediate Past President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General All India Management Association, who is already with us on the stage. We warmly welcome the Honorable Minister, Mr. Amitabh Kant, and the dignitaries on the dais. May I request them all to please light the traditional lamp and mark the inauguration of AIMA's 68th Foundation Day and 18th National Management Day celebrations. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the introductory remarks.
Good afternoon. Mr. Dharmendra, Pradhan, Ministry of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa of India, Government of India. Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, President AIMA. Mr. Srinivas Dempo, immediate past President AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you all with us this afternoon, and many thanks for being with us for celebrating AIMA's Foundation Day and the National Management Day. Honorable Minister, it's a privilege to have you, and many thanks for joining us in celebrating Indian management. We are grateful to you for agreeing to share your vision for India and to present AIMA's Foundation Day Awards. A very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister with warm applause. Amitabh, always such a pleasure to have you with us, and many thanks for agreeing to address us on this very important day for AIMA and help us felicitate some extraordinary achievers. You're a friend of AIMA, and we treasure your continued support. Thank you for joining us. Dear delegates, do join me in welcoming Mr. Amitabh Kant. Nikhil, Srini, it's great to have you, and thank you so much for your outstanding leadership in making AIMA such a vibrant organization. A very special greeting to each one of the AIMA award winners. It is AIMA's privilege to honor you, and we appreciate that you have joined us today and added to AIMA's Foundation Day celebrations. I'm so pleased to see that we are joined by so many of AIMA's past presidents, council members, and LMAs, and other friends of AIMA. It's such a pleasure to have you all with us today, this afternoon, and we are grateful for your sustained guidance and support. I'm also pleased to welcome Professor John Verghese, Principal St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. AIMA is delighted to sign an MOU with St. Stephen's College, which incidentally also happens to be mine and also Amitabh's alma mater, and so is very special. It is AIMA's privilege to tie up with such a prestigious institution. Ladies and gentlemen, AIMA has served the country with distinction for nearly 7 decades, and the Foundation Day is an important occasion for us to renew our pledge to contribute to India's management capacity and quality. We continue to refresh our services and take new initiatives to ensure that Indian management is up with the best in the world. AIMA is a thought leader in responding to emerging economic challenges and opportunities, and we have devoted this day to look at India's potential to become a global leader of this century and its ability to grow through transformation. We can look forward to some exciting conversations with some of India's top leaders from the government, business, and science. I'm sure you will all enjoy the program we have put together for you. With these words, it is my pleasure to invite the AIMA President, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, to deliver the welcome address.
Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India. Srini, Rekha, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you today with us at the 68th National Foundation Day, which is also the National Management Day. A very warm welcome to each of you. Mr. Pradhan, it's a privilege to have you amongst us, and many thanks for agreeing to address us today, and as well as present AIMA's Management Awards. You are providing outstanding policy stewardship to the most critical sector of the economy, the human capital of the country. And we are keen to hear your thoughts and ideas about transforming India into the education, skill, and entrepreneurship leadership position that we all think it should have and continue to maintain its leadership position in. Mr. Kant, it's a pleasure to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to deliver the keynote address. AIMA treasures your friendship, and we are always eager to hear your thoughts and views. Thank you very much for joining us today. Srini, as always, it's a pleasure to have you here today. And I also like to welcome our award winners. Thank you very much for being here today. You make us incredibly proud. Many of our past presidents are here with us today. Thank you for being here, as well as members of our local management association. A very warm welcome to Professor John Verghese, who is the principal of St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, who has joined us today to sign an MOU with AIMA for collaborating in the delivery of new age educational programs, as well as enhancing the academia-industry partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, AIMA has come a long way in the past 67 years. It has provided important thought leadership to Indian management through successive economic eras. AIMA has spawned, nourished, and polished management talent, and it has provided platform for India's management leaders to share their know-how. AIMA is also a major contributor to India's management talent pool. Last year, AIMA had nearly 2,000 students on its rolls, and AIMA's MAT entrance test was taken by nearly 60,000 MBA aspirants. AIMA has also enabled hundreds of students to do their PhD studies in management over the past 2 decades. AIMA's India Case Research Center has created a library of Indian case studies for Indian students and companies. We encourage more cases to be written by Indian academia around the successes of Indian management. And we'd really hope that we could look at your leadership and stewardship for us to take this forward as well, Mr. Minister. AIMA has undertaken several research projects for the central government as well as state governments as well, in terms of their capacity building. And these are numerous in nature, and we look to grow this association with both state and central governments in the future. As always, AIMA is celebrating this Foundation Day by getting some of India's top leaders to discuss the most important national issues of the day. And today, we will consider how India can manage growth with the transformation to enable it to be a leader in this 21st century. Each of the words in our theme for today have a specific meaning. Leadership in the 21st century comes with certain obligations for us on the global scale. But equally, we have to manage that growth by being able to assess risk within a transformation which is happening both as a country as we aspire to be a more developed and advanced economy, but equally within a global ambit where we have secular changes which are happening in areas such as artificial intelligence and digitization, but equally in terms of energy transition. These are themes which will involve trillions of dollars to be spent globally, and every Indian business has to incorporate these themes in some manner or the other to enable them to succeed in the century to come. We will also today be celebrating management excellence by presenting this year's awards for corporate leadership, lifetime achievement, public service, and management excellence, along with awards for management writing and MSME innovation. I welcome you all once again, and I'm sure that you will enjoy the program. I'd like to request Professor John Verghese if he may come up to give a brief remark.
Respected Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Minister for Education, respected Mr. Amitabh Kant, Sherpa G20, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, President, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, and Mr. Srinivas, distinguished members of AIMA, award winners, greetings to all of you and good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to stand here. It's also a momentous occasion for my 143-year-old institution to be associating with the finest management institution in this country. Thank you. We are looking at putting into action the good ideas that are envisaged in the national education policy. And therefore, an institution of eminence like St. Stephen's College is looking forward to the partnership with all of you, symbolized in AIMA. And we hope that this partnership will lead us to a better relationship between academia and industry, and a relationship which will give us results, not just for India, but for the whole world. With those few words, let me congratulate all the distinguished members of AIMA on your 68th Foundation Day and 18th National Day. We are happy to be a part of you, and we look forward to our journey together. Thank you. Congratulations.
May I now request Professor John Varghese to please sign the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a signing of MOU between AIMA and St. Stephen's College. May I request Director General AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, and Professor John Varghese to sign the MOU document. Dignitaries on the dais, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. To commemorate this August day today, we will be releasing AIMA's 68th Foundation Day souvenir. May I request the honorable guests and the dignitaries on the stage to kindly release the AIMA Foundation Day souvenir. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am, for doing us the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we present the AIMA Awards of Excellence to distinguished professionals for their outstanding contributions. We begin with the presentation of the AIMA Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation in MSMEs. Let us watch a short video to introduce the winner of this award. Revitalizing the declining wooden toy industry in Channapatna and Kinnal towns, Viprof Electronics offers a safe, smart alternative to plastic toys for children and parents. The firm is a part of the Make in India movement, exporting toys and supporting 5,500 artisans and designers. Viprof innovatively utilizes embedded systems and IoT with MSME Center of Excellence, Indian Institute of Science, Department of Electronics and Systems Engineering for developing interactive wooden toys, supported by the Development Commissioner MSME, Government of India, and Laghu Udyog Bharat, Karnataka. All India Management Association is pleased to confer the AIMA Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises 2023 on Viprof Electronics through its managing partner, Mr. B.S. Srinivasan. May I request Mr. B.S. Srinivasan, Managing Partner, Viprof Electronics, to come on the stage. Heartiest congratulations, Mr. Srinivasan, and a warm welcome to Dr. Juneja, who's also joined us on stage. We now come to our next award, which is the AIMA Dr. Ram Taneja Award for Best Article in Indian Management. Let's watch a short video on the winner of this award. A research scholar at the Indian Institute of Management Technology, Hyderabad, he specializes in organizational behavior studies. He has previously worked at Indian School of Business and Tata Industries Limited. A keen researcher and writer, he contributes articles on management issues for many national dailies, magazines, and journals. He also writes case studies for use by management teachers and students. He contributed an erudite and thoughtful article to AIMA's Indian Management Journal on how a combination of sleep, exercise, and sunlight can improve employee productivity by boosting their physical and mental health. All India Management Association is pleased to present the AIMA Dr. Ram Taneja Award for Best Article in Indian Management Journal in 2023 to Mr. Amit Mishra, Research Scholar, Institute of Management Technology, Hyderabad. Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Amit Mishra, Research Scholar, who has now joined us on stage and receiving the award. We now come to our next award, which is the AIMA Keval Nohria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the introduction of the winner. An outstanding educator and administrator, he heads India's best-known business school. Before taking charge of the formidable Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, he taught information technology and systems at IIM Lucknow. A dynamic administrator, he has helped develop newer IIMs. He led IIM Raipur as director for 5 years and drove its exponential growth. During his tenure, IIM Raipur was adjudged by media as one of the great places to work, and he was declared as the best director of a business school. Prior to that, he had also served as the mentor director at another new IIM at Sirmaur. A graduate of IIT Roorkee, he obtained his master's degree and doctorate in computer science at Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, US. A globe-trotting academic, he has worked at ESSEC Business School, Paris, Natural Science and Engineering Research Council of Canada, Chung Ang University, Seoul, University of Tenaga Nasional, Malaysia, and Universities of California, Texas, and Maryland in the US. He epitomizes the growing trend of Indian academics straddling academia and industry. He has held senior management positions at several US technology companies, including Sybase, MDL Information Systems, Hughes STX, and Connectix Corp. He has also been with Tata Steel in India. AIMA is pleased to confer the AIMA Keval Nohria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education on Professor Bharat Bhasker, Director, IIM Ahmedabad. We are now invite him to join us on stage to receive the award. Heartiest congratulations, Professor Bhasker. Our next award of the day is AIMA's Public Service Excellence Award, which is being awarded to one of the most distinguished scientists that this country has ever produced. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the AV of the winner. A multifaceted personality, Dr. Mashelkar was elected Fellow of the Royal Society London in 1998, one of the only 3 Indian engineering scientists to receive this honor in 364 years. In the same year, he secured prestigious JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award from AIMA, the sole scientist to achieve this distinction. His leadership at the National Chemical Laboratory brought about a pivotal shift in Indian R&D, transitioning from import substitution to globally recognized intellectual property creation. His tenure at the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research ranks among the top 10 achievements in Indian science and technology of the 20th century. Dr. Mashelkar holds honorary doctorates from 48 universities worldwide, serving on the boards of directors for leading private sector companies. He has led 16 committees tackling complex issues including the Bhopal disaster, national auto fuel policy and drug regulatory systems. A member of the Science Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister for nearly 3 decades, he championed inclusive innovation and introduced the concept of Gandhian engineering. He played a key role in challenging US patents on turmeric and basmati rice, making a triumph for traditional knowledge and free to Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. May I request Dr. Mashelkar to kindly share his thoughts?
Goes back 25 years ago when at the hands of then Vice President Krishna Kantji, I received the J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award, and after 25 years I'm receiving this. I'm most grateful to you. I dedicate this award to my mother, because of whom I'm here, for what she gave me, the values she gave me. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next award for the afternoon is the AIMA Lifetime Achievement in Management Award. Let's watch the introduction video of the winner. A pioneering entrepreneur and a phenomenal institution builder, he founded one of India's most successful financial services startups and developed that into one of India's largest private banks. A business prodigy, he broke away from his family's trading enterprise and set up a bill discounting firm in 1985. He scaled up the startup into a diversified financial services company. Always agile and innovative, he turned Kotak Mahindra Finance into Kotak Mahindra Bank, a first for an Indian NBFC. He added size to the growing bank by merging ING Vysya Bank with it and took it digital in 2017 by launching 811, making India's shift to digital finance. After building and nurturing the bank since its inception, he stepped away before his retirement to ensure that the institution became compliant with the new regulations at the earliest. A trusted and respected business leader, he was asked to chair the rescue board of ILFS when NBFC slipped into a crisis, and he led the SEBI's Committee on Corporate Governance that helped the regulator enforce better corporate governance standards. He enjoys global reputation and served as co-chair of India-UK Financial Partnership, advising the Monetary Authority of Singapore and the Government of Singapore Investment Corporation. All India Management Association is privileged to present the AIMA Lifetime Achievement Award for Management to Mr. Uday Kotak, founder and director, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Very warm welcome to Mr. Kotak, who now joined us on the stage. Our heartiest congratulations to Mr. Kotak. May I request you to please share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, AIMA. Thank you, Dharmendra ji. Thank you, Amitabh, and all the audience. When I think about today and go back 40 years, I feel India today has a bigger opportunity than what we thought was 40 years ago possible. Therefore, the next 25 to 40 years of India look exhilarating, and let's assume the lifetime of India in many ways is now on the takeoff stage. Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again, Mr. Kotak. The final award for today is AIMA J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award, which is being presented to Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj Finserv Limited. An outstanding entrepreneur and a leader, he has spearheaded the growth of India's leading financial services conglomerates. Under his leadership, the combined revenue of Bajaj Finserv's various financial services exceeded 82,000 crores last year, with a consolidated post-tax profit nearly 6,500 crores. 3 decades ago, he entered the family's flagship company, Bajaj Auto, revolutionizing its supply chain and export operations. After a company reorganization, he assumed leadership of its lending and insurance divisions, expanding the portfolio and transforming his legacy into a financial services powerhouse. A radical transformer, he has innovatively reshaped consumer lending, partnering with brands and retailers on an unprecedented scale. Disrupting fintech startups, he facilitated easier consumer access to credit and reduced credit costs, all the while ensuring an improved consumer experience. He has created financial access for millions of people, enabling their inclusion into the country's formal financial system. A key leader of the Bajaj Group, he is the Managing Director of Bajaj Holdings and Investment and a non-executive director at Bajaj Auto and also chairs several group companies. He was appointed to the steering committee for B20, the business track of G20, under India's presidency, and was also on the International Technology Advisory Panel of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. All India Management Association is pleased to present the AIMA JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award on Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director of Bajaj Finserv Limited. Mr. Bajaj is now joining us on stage for the award presentation. Our heartiest congratulations to Mr. Bajaj. May I request you, sir, to kindly share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, AIMA. Thank you, Dharmendra ji, Amitabh ji. In the company of the other stalwarts over here who've got the awards, I'm truly humbled to be included as well. These awards are a testament to the 80,000 employees of Bajaj Finserv who work every day as though that's their first day at a great, exciting life ahead of them. And on behalf of all of them, I accept this award. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj, for sharing your thoughts with us. Heartiest congratulations to you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the award presentation ceremony. May I request you all to please give a big round of applause one more time for all our distinguished awardees. And may I now invite our guest of honor, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa of India, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Honorable Minister for Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, Rekha, Nikhil, the Principal of St. Stephen's College, Mr. John Verghese, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, and all the very distinguished winners of today's awards, Mr. B.S. Srinivasan, Mr. Amit Mishra, Mr. Bharat Bhasker, the Director of IIM, our very distinguished Mr. Mashelkar, a great institution builder, Mr. Uday Kotak, and a person who's done remarkable work in the world of digital financing, Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here. I had come to actually listen to the Honorable Minister on all the unique work he's done in the field of education and skill. So let me be very brief and let me say that we are the largest and the fastest growing large economy in the world. We are the fifth largest. Our aim is that by 27, we should become the third largest economy in the world. And now that Japan and UK and Germany are all in recession phase, we should be able to do it much quicker and much faster. And but the Prime Minister's vision is that we should look beyond just the immediate and look at, by the time we become 100 in 2047, where will India be? And it's important to be ambitious, to make India grow at rapid rates, and be a $35 trillion economy by the time we become 100. And this would mean that India needs to use the compounding power of growth, of growing at higher rates of 9 to 10% per annum, year after year, year after year, year after year, for 3 decades or more. And this in the past has been done by many countries. It has been done by Japan post-World War II, it has been done by Korea, it has been done by Taiwan. It was, in recent times, China has done it at a scorching pace for over 2.5 decades. And therefore, my view is that this is a doable proposition. We've come a long way from the time when we had twin balance sheet problems of both corporate balance sheet and the bank balance sheet being impacted, when we had twin deficits of both fiscal deficit and current account deficits were all a challenge. And since this government came in 2014, it has carried out several structural reforms. The goods and services tax, which is like putting one tax across entire Europe, which is cashless and paperless. So one tax replacing 28 taxes and several cesses in a large country like India, which is totally digital, and the total number of GST taxpayers has gone up from about 6.63 to about 14.8 million. We've seen a modern bankruptcy law coming in. We've seen the Real Estate Regulation Act, which has benefited a large number of the middle class families in India. We've seen the corporate taxes being reduced radically to global benchmark levels, which has improved the balance sheet of companies. So, in addition to structural reforms, there have been vast number of reforms as far as digitization of India is concerned. And not merely that all of us have a digital identity, but between 2015 to 2017, the country opened up 500 million bank accounts. It then converged and integrated both the digital identity and the mobile number with the bank account, and that led to digital fast payments. And today, India does about 46% of the real-time fast payments in the world. About 120, last year we've done 126 billion fast payments. The second was China with about 25 billion fast payments. So that is the difference between what India has done and what China has done. But it has also led, the fast payments has also led to a number of our young startups actually doing cashless, paperless credit. And this has another set of startups actually then went on to do wealth creation and took the stock market into tier 2, tier 3 cities and rural areas. Zerodha, Grow, Upstock all became unicorns on the back of this. And then we have another set of startups like GoDigit and Acco, which are today providing insurance on the back of mobile telephony. So what has happened in the last few years is that we do a digital transaction in 30 seconds, we do wealth creation in 45 seconds, we do an insurance policy in 1 minute. And the cost of acquisition of a customer has fallen radically. If you look at USA, it's about $100 for acquisition of customers through a lot of paperwork. In India, we are able to do it in less than $1 by just using biometric. And that is why India has technologically leapfrogged, and it enabled us during COVID period to put money back, put large sums of money straight into the bank account of beneficiaries, of women, of farmers. In contrast, in United States, 9 million accounts to which money was sent came back, and in Germany, it took them 18 months to get their identity fixed. So what India has done is hugely technologically leapfrogged in many ways. We built up this public interest layer on top of which private sector competes, and this is all open source, open API. It's globally interoperable. So our UPI now operates out of almost 18, 19 countries, from France to Singapore, etc. And now we are integrating DPI with artificial intelligence and generative AI. So Jugalbandi app enables a person living in a rural area, in a far-flung area, say an aspirational district of Namsai in Arunachal Pradesh, can do voice, have access to all central and state schemes through voice, fill up the form through voice, and get access and get sanctions of all government schemes just using voice. So large language models enabling India to use the power of artificial intelligence. So unlike the West, where all innovation came from Google, Facebook, Amazon, and Meta and Apple, and they controlled the mobile operating system, cloud, just about everything. And in China, in the case of Tencent and Alibaba, India has demonstrated the power of a public interest, digital public infrastructure. And during G20, the world accepted that for the world to progress, this digital public infrastructure is the way forward. Today in the world, there are 4 billion people who do not have a digital identity. There are 2 billion people who do not even have a bank account, and 133 countries do not have a fast payment. India will use this to push the digital public infrastructure in many of the global south countries to enable them to leapfrog. And the third big thing which has happened in India is that not merely have we gone digital in a big way, but we've pushed the limits on green growth. We've built up about 185 gigawatt of renewable energy. We have been able to provide almost 300 million people of our women cooking gas at their household, at the house level, replacing firewood, which was done under the leadership of our minister when he was petroleum minister. We've transformed their lives, and we are now moving to use the power of renewable to crack water and produce green hydrogen, and with the aim of making India the cheapest producer of green hydrogen to replace. Today we import $180 billion worth of fossil fuel, and our aim is that by 2047 we should be an exporter of energy, of clean energy, to the rest of the world. So aim will be to become the cheapest producer, the cheapest exporter of green hydrogen and in its liquid form ammonia, and to be the biggest manufacturer of electrolyzer. So ladies and gentlemen, the future lies in going digital, it lies in going green, and it lies in several new areas of growth. We've opened up geospatial areas, we've opened up, the Prime Minister's opened up drones, he's opened up robotics, he's opened up a whole range of new areas. The space sector, all these areas have been opened up for the private sector, so that India can get into all the sunrise areas of growth, from battery manufacturing to electric vehicle manufacturing to green hydrogen to using the power of data for artificial intelligence, machine learning, to space, drones, robotics. All these areas have been opened up so that the private sector can really technologically leapfrog. And my belief is that India has to grow at rates of 9 to 10% for 3-decade period. Government at best can be just a facilitator and a catalyst, and the private sector will have to lead in many, many areas. And therefore, the new educational policy, which has been enunciated by the government, which was really path-breaking to my mind, it'll lay the foundation of improving our learning outcomes. And I think, to my mind, in the years to come, the country will grow on the back of sustainable urbanization, of enhanced agriculture productivity, of increasing and expanding our exports, and building a very innovative, dynamic, and a very sustainable India on the back of a young India, where our demographic age will be just about 29, 30. And therefore, a young India with a positive, constructive, forward-looking mind will really leapfrog and become a $35 trillion economy by the time we turn 100 in 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kant. It is always great to hear your views. May I now invite our chief guest, Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, to deliver the inaugural address.
नमस्कार। आईमा के 68th फाउंडेशन डे और 18th नेशनल डे के अवसर पे उपस्थित G20 की शेरपा, देश के जाने माने प्रशासक कहना अमिताभ जी को कम हो जाएगा, मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर हम सभी के लिए आदरणीय अमिताभ कांत जी, निखिल जी, श्रीनिवास जी, रेखा जी, आदरणीय डॉक्टर माशेलकर, उद्योग जगत की सभी आदरणीय महानुभाव, आईमा की सभी पदाधिकारी मित्रगण और मीडिया के साथीगण, मैं सबसे पहले आईमा को आभार प्रकट करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं। उन्होंने हमें एक अवसर दिया 2-3 अच्छे इनिशिएटिव का साक्षी बनने के लिए। मैं देश की शिक्षा मंत्री हूं। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी एनविजन करता है कि शिक्षा मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो, मल्टीपल एंटिटी इकट्ठा है, अपने एक्सपीरियंस के साथ नई पीढ़ी को तैयार करे। और ऐसे ही छोटा ही सही, लेकिन आज ऐसे सेंट स्टीफन कॉलेज जो हमारी देश की एक अत्यंत सम्मानजनक इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उसके साथ आईमा की एक एमओयू हुई। निश्चित रूप में ये हमारी एनईपी की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में एक अच्छी कदम होगा, ऐसे मैं मानता हूं। जिन महानुभावों को आज सम्मानित किया गया, डॉक्टर माशेलकर जैसे दुनिया की जाने माने वैज्ञानिक, आदरणीय कोटक, आदरणीय बजाज, आदरणीय श्रीनिवास जी, आदरणीय भरत भास्कर जी, और हमारे युवा फैकल्टी जिन्होंने अपने कम उम्र में भी, अमित मिश्रा जी जिन्होंने कम उम्र में भी अपना एक थॉट लीडरशिप की उन्होंने रिफ्लेक्शन दिया है। ऐसे महानुभावों को मेरे सामने, और मैं उस पवित्र काम की भी विटनेस बना, साक्षी बना, ये मेरे लिए निश्चित रूप में एक गौरव की अवसर है। मित्रों, आईमा की एक लंबी इतिहास है और आज ये प्रोफेशनल बॉडी आपकी कामों को, और अभी आपकी इंट्रोडक्शन में एक विषय कहा गया कि एक थॉट लीडर्स की ये एक फोरम है। सब अपने अपने व्यवसाय, उद्यमिता सफलता के साथ आप चला ही रहे हैं, लेकिन आपकी कलेक्टिव विजडम नेशन बिल्डिंग की काम पे आए, आपके अनुभव अन्य साथियों को मिले, अन्य इंस्टीट्यूशंस को मिले, विशेष करके न्यू जनरेशन को मिले, ये महत्वपूर्ण है। और मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, आईमा ने उस परंपरा को पिछले 68 सालों में फाउंडेशन के बाद उस काम को बड़े प्रोफेशनली कर रहा है। मित्रों, कोटक जी ने, उदय कोटक जी ने अपने थोड़े ही शब्द में उन्होंने एक विचार कणिका दिया हम सबको विचार करने के लिए कि आने वाले 25 साल में भारत अनस्टॉपेबल होगा, कोई चाहे या ना चाहे। और उसकी कुछ फीचर अमिताभ कांत जी ने उसकी इस कॉन्क्लेव की कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट करते हुए कुछ फीचर उन्होंने आपके सामने प्रस्तापित किया है। ये दोनों सत्य है, दोनों ही सत्य है। दुनिया की जो हालत है, आप लोग भली भांति उसको अभ्यास भी करते हैं, आप लोगों की संबंध भी आता है, उससे आप अवसर भी ढूंढते हो, उससे आप प्रभावित भी होते हो। मैं पिछले 10 साल सरकार के अंदर एक स्टेक होल्डर के नाते काम करके मेरे जो अनुभव आ रहा है, जो मैंने दुनिया की, मैं शुरू से ही पब्लिक पॉलिसी की एक आग्रही व्यक्ति रहा हूं, अभ्यास भी करते रहा हूं, लेकिन पिछले 10 साल मैं मानता हूं शायद मेरे जीवन में एक मैं मंत्री की भूमिका में था इसलिए नहीं, लेकिन एक नजदीक से भारत जैसे देश की इमरजेंस की स्टेप कैसे हो रहा था उसको साक्षी बनने के कारण मैं जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह सकता हूं, दुनिया में जो चीज पॉजिटिविटी के साथ होने वाला है, ये शायद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसीलिए कहते हैं कि यही समय है, सही समय। दिस इज द राइट मोमेंट फॉर इंडिया, दिस इज द मोमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। कई कारणों से हम क्यों पीछे रहे, क्या करना चाहिए था, प्रायोरिटी हमारी कम से कम 47 के बाद क्या होनी चाहिए थी, वो एक प्रोफेसर भरत भास्कर जैसे एकेडेमिया की रोल हो सकता है। भविष्य के लिए विद्यार्थी गलती ना करे, नई पीढ़ी गलती ना करे, उसको डॉक्यूमेंट करे रखे। लेकिन यहां जो थॉट लीडर्स बैठे हैं, आप इंडिविजुअली आप यू ऑल आर अचीवर, आप पुरुषार्थ के प्रतीक हो। लेकिन मित्रों, मेरे मन में आज थोड़ा मैं धृष्टता करने के लिए चाहता हूं। एक हमारी संस्कृत आधारित एक शब्द है, साधन सुचिता। लक्ष्य प्राप्ति करने के लिए साधन सुचिता होनी चाहिए। एंड तक जाने के लिए वेज भी परफेक्ट होनी चाहिए। आज समाज में चुनौती है, हमारी इकोनॉमी साइज आने वाले 25 साल में 30-35 ट्रिलियन डॉलर होने वाला है। 30-35 ट्रिलियन डॉलर होने से क्या क्या आएगा, कभी आप लोग इंडिविजुअली सोचे होंगे। आपकी क्षेत्र में, आपकी प्रभावित होने वाले क्षेत्र में मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं शिक्षा विभाग की दायित्व रहने के नाते हमें एक कलेक्टिव रोड मैप बनानी पड़ेगी। बहुत लोग लगे हैं, अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नई पीढ़ी को यूथ कनेक्ट की प्रोग्राम पे एक बात किया। 15 लाख नई पीढ़ी के लोग अपने आइडियाज सिर्फ 2 शब्द लिख के नहीं, बाकायदा अपने आइडियाज ऑन ऑल फील्ड, इन ऑल फील्ड। हम अगर उस फील्ड की कोडिफिकेशन करें तो शायद हजारों फील्ड हो जाएगी। सबने अपने अपने आइडियाज दिया है। मैं कभी इन दिनों में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ग्रास रूट इकाई में देखने जाता हूं। दुरंत इलाके की कोई स्कूल में जाता हूं, स्कूल के बच्चों की जो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल में देखता हूं, मैं इसी को कहता हूं ये अनस्टॉपेबल है, कोई रोक ही नहीं सकता है। मैं कल भारत के कोई छोटे शहर में प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा इन्विजन किया गया स्वनिधि प्रोग्राम की लाभार्थियों को, स्वनिधि यानी बैंकिंग टू अनबैंकेबल्स, जो किसी न किसी को कोई लोन हाथ नहीं रखते थे, ऐसे छोटे रेडी पटरी फल सब्जी बेचने वाले लोगों को सरकार की जो स्कीम है स्वनिधि, हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के, ऐसे कुछ लाभार्थियों से बातचीत कर रहा था। लोगों को पहला ट्रांस लोन मिल चुका है, वो लोग अपने 11% इंटरेस्ट के साथ उसको वापस करते हैं तो 7% की रिबेट उनको मिल जाता है। उसी इंसेंटिव के साथ तो 20,000 का दूसरा ट्रांस लोन लिए है, 50,000 की तीसरी ट्रांस लोन लेने में उनकी आनंद आ रहा है। सबने कहा कि हमें कोई बैंकों से दिक्कत नहीं आ रही है। ऐसे पहले भी संजीव जी और उदय जी से दिक्कत नहीं होती थी। मेरा एक अनुभव होता था, प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक थोड़ा ही ज्यादा मार्जिन लेते हैं, लेकिन ये जो ईज देते थे, सुविधा देते थे, एनबीएफसी के ऊपर आपके पास लोग ज्यादा आते थे। अभी सरकारी बैंक भी आपके साथ कंपटीशन में आ गए। ये बदलता हुआ परिस्थिति है, ये मैनेजमेंट है। मैं एक क्षेत्र में, कभी मैं समाज में घूमता हूं तो शिक्षा से लेके इकोनॉमी तक अभी अमिताभ कांत जी ने देश भर में G20 का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करवाया, प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन को नीचे तक लेके गए। हम भी सब घूमे होंगे। कभी कोई देश ने नहीं सोचा होगा कि G20 भी एक जन आंदोलन बन सकता है। ऐसा अनेकों मीटिंग पहले भी ऐसी इस प्रकार की मीटिंग तो कभी हुई नहीं देश में, लेकिन इंटरनेशनल फोरम की पहले भी मीटिंग हुई है, लेकिन उसकी जो ग्रैंडियर इस बार बना, ये बिना मैनेजमेंट के नहीं हो सकता है। मैं इतिहास को नहीं जा रहा हूं, अभी अभी कुछ जो घटना हो रहा है, बैंकिंग टू अनबैंकेबल, इंप्लीमेंटिंग न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, प्रोसेस जापान, मेड इन जापान के प्रति आकर्षण क्यों बना पाया था? एक भयानक युद्ध के बाद भी जर्मन अपने इंजीनियरिंग कैपेसिटी में कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं किया, क्योंकि उनके वहां एक प्रोसेस को उन्होंने छोड़ा नहीं। राजनीति में, समाज जीवन में देश के ऊपर नीचे होते रहता है चीज, लेकिन कोई प्रोसेस को अगर हम लोग पक्का करके चलाते हैं, मानते हैं, उसको इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं, उसको प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, मित्रों, कोई प्रोसेस प्रैक्टिस में तब कन्वर्ट होगा, कैरेक्टराइज तब हो पाएगा, एक आत्मसात हो पाएगा, अगर उसके लिए एक पर्पस रहेगा। तो सिर्फ वेल्थ क्रिएशन, सिर्फ अपने मटेरियल कंफर्ट के लिए अगर हम कोई एंटरप्राइजिंग क्वालिटी हम लंबे समय तक बना नहीं सकते हैं, हमें एक पर्पस बनानी पड़ेगी। भारत जिस स्टेज पे पहुंचा है, हमारे देश में शायद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक यूनिक मॉडल, दुनिया के अर्थशास्त्री उस मॉडल को समीक्षा भी कर रहे हैं। दुनिया पिछले 100-150 साल के इतिहास को देखे, एक ग्रुप कहा कि सारा चीजों को सत्ता के हाथ में रखनी चाहिए, स्टेट कंट्रोल इकोनॉमी होनी चाहिए। दूसरा एक ग्रुप रहा कि सारा चीज कंपटीशन में छोड़ देनी चाहिए, बाजार के ऊपर, मार्केट फोर्स के ऊपर छोड़ देनी चाहिए, सर्वाइवल ऑफ द फिटेस्ट होगा, जो रह पाएगा वो रह पाएगा। भारत की लोक चरित्र में ऐसे नहीं था, भारत की लोक चरित्र में वो नहीं था। भारत की लोक चरित्र में वेल्थ क्रिएशन और वेलफेयर, ये दोनों लोक चरित्र में था। भारत में लंबे समय तक आजादी के बाद हम लोग वेल्थ क्रिएटर को थोड़ा आइसोलेटेड करके रखे। फिर एक समय में ये रियलाइजेशन करना, हम लोगों ने कंट्रोल रिजिम को अनबंडल किया, रिफॉर्म किया। आज तो रिफॉर्म की स्पीड बहुत बड़ी है, इसकी फायदा आज हमें मिल रहा है। हम अभी तक, अगर इसकी मैं आगे इस बात को थोड़ा बढ़ाऊं, अमिताभ कांत जी की डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, मैंने अभी एक असेसमेंट देख रहा था कि 16-17 देशों ने मिलकर कलेक्टिव फैसला किया कि लेट अस क्रिएट ए रिपोजिटरी ऑफ डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। अभी शायद 50 से ज्यादा DPI दुनिया के अंदर इमर्ज कर चुका है, जो ओपन सोर्स में है। उसमें भारत में 19 DPI बनी है, 19 DPI बनी है, पिछले 10 साल में बनी है। ये भारत की मैनेजमेंट आउटकम है। जब हम तय करते हैं, प्रोसेस तय करते हैं, प्रैक्टिस करते हैं और एक पर्पस सेट करते हैं, यह हमें कोई पीछे नहीं रखता है। ये बार बार हमको हिस्ट्री ने, कंटेम्पररी पास्ट ने, रिसेंट पास्ट ने और प्रेजेंट ने, उसके बहुत सारे उदाहरण हमारे सामने हैं। लेकिन मित्रों, चुनौती कहां है? हमारी जैसे संस्थाओं की रोल क्या हो सकता है? मैं इन दिनों में स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में थोड़ा अध्ययन कर रहा हूं। स्टार्टअप एक आइडिया से निकलता है, उत्साह से निकलता है, रिबेलियन से निकलता है, आग्रेशन से निकलता है, लेकिन वो बाजार तक पहुंचने में उसको बहुत सारे हर्डल्स उसके सामने आता है। फिर गहराई से मैंने देखा हर्डल्स कहां है? हर्डल मेंटरिंग के हैं, हर्डल फाइनेंशियल कोऑपरेशन के हैं। वो दोनों हो रहा है, वो दोनों भी धीरे धीरे मैं देख रहा हूं। देश में 1,20,000 स्टार्टअप्स हैं, ज्यादातर हमारी, में इसीलिए मेरा परिचय उनसे ज्यादा हो रहा है, ये सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस में है। कोई IIT में है, कोई NIT में है, कोई IIM में है, कोई और कोई टायर 2 टायर 3 इंस्टीट्यूशन में है, आप जैसे संस्था उसके साथ जुड़ते हो तो उसकी एक्सेलरेशन भी होती है। तो मेंटरिंग धीरे धीरे इमर्ज कर रहा है। इंडियन इंडस्ट्री हमारे स्टार्टअप के ऊपर कम भरोसा करता है, थोड़ा और बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। और इससे आपसे मेरा अपेक्षा है कि आपको गलती हो, थोड़ा वेस्ट हो जाए, संग कष्ट होता है, कुछ चीज डुबाने के लिए खर्चा करना पड़ता है, डूबने दीजिए लेकिन उन पर भरोसा करिए। एक बार आप हाथ रखोगे, आप देखना आने वाली जो आपकी अमिताभ जी ने अभी $30 ट्रिलियन की कैलकुलेशन आने वाले 25 साल के बताया ना, नया आइडिया की अगर 30 ट्रिलियन में से 15-20 ट्रिलियन नया आइडियाज की नहीं होगा, ग्लोबल मार्केट के नहीं होगा, आफ्टर हमारी कंजम्पशन कैपेसिटी कितनी रहेगी? हमें भारत की 25, 30, 50 प्रोडक्ट कैसे बनानी पड़ेंगे, किसी भी क्षेत्र का हो, प्रोडक्शन का हो या फिनटेक का हो या आइडियाज की हो। क्यों हम एम्बिशन नहीं रखेंगे बजाज फिन सर्विस एंटर अफ्रीका की ऑल्टरनेटिव इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बन जाए? क्यों हमारी कोटक ग्रुप दुनिया की इमर्जिंग वर्ल्ड की बैंकिंग ऑल्टरनेटिव बन जाए? यह बन सकता है, इसमें उन देशों को लाभ होगा। इसलिए तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ग्लोबल साउथ की कल्पना किया है। क्यों हमारी त्रिवेणी की, मैं पूछा हमारे निखिल जी को, आप क्या बनाते हो? मेरा बहुत परिचय नहीं था, उन्होंने कहा मैं टरबाइन बनाता हूं। मेरे दिमाग में टरबाइन अभी तक कहां तक पहुंचा है? भेल तक पहुंचा है, भेल जी, नहीं तो हमारे एबीबी। मेरे को फक्र होता है, मेरे मन में कॉन्फिडेंस दुगना बढ़ जाता है। उन्होंने कहा कि देश की सारे सबमरीन में हमारी लगभग टरबाइन हमारी है। हम दुनिया की डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन तो इसी रूट में ही तो बढ़ाएंगे, डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट तो हम इसी रूट पे ही बढ़ाएंगे। लेकिन ये अकेला एक इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं कर सकता, हमको एक ब्रांड बनानी पड़ेगी, हमको एक माहौल बनानी पड़ेगी। मित्रों, उस सारे करने के लिए एक विषय को मेरा फिर निवेदन रहेगा कि वेज में गड़बड़ नहीं होनी चाहिए, माध्यम में गड़बड़ी नहीं होनी चाहिए। वेस्ट ने ये सारे मटेरियल चीज हासिल किया है, वो चाह के भी आज अपना एनर्जी कस्ट घटा नहीं सकते हैं। सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात सब चिंतित होती हैं, कोप की मीटिंग में बहुत बड़े बड़े बात होते हैं, इंप्लीमेंटेशन करते हुए सब भाग जाते हैं, भारत खड़ा रहता है। हमारी पर्पस में क्लैरिटी है। हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात कहते हैं, ऐसे ही नहीं कहते हैं। हम जिम्मेवार लोग हैं, हमारे डीएनए में जिम्मेवारी है, हमारे डीएनए में रेस्पॉन्सिबल मैनेजमेंट है। मैं कुछ साल पहले एक बाहर के देशों में कुछ समय बिताया, ऐसे ही बिताया, जहां थोड़ा इंडियन डायस्पोरा कम्युनिटी थे। क्या काम करते, हमारी इंडियन डायस्पोरा काम क्या करते, उसको समझने के लिए किसी ने मेरे को कहा कि भारतीय विदेशी लोग, विदेशी प्रोफेसर ने कहा, कोई यूनिवर्सिटी में था, उन्होंने कहा कि देखो भारत की लोगों की मैथमेटिकल कैपेसिटी दुनिया के अन्य लोगों से ज्यादा है। तो फिर उस आगे बताया कि हम अपना फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट को हम पढ़ने में गलती कर देते हैं, लेकिन वो इंडियन प्रोफेशनल पढ़ता है तो कहाँ गलती छुपी हुई उसको दिखता है। ये हमारी एक सर्टिफिकेट है, ये हमारी एक एक्रेडिटेशन है। आज दुनिया में कहीं भी जाओ, सिंगापुर जैसे छोटे देश में भी भारत की आईआईएम्स की, मैं बाकी एमबीए बिजनेस स्कूल की बात नहीं कह रहा हूं, लगभग 3-3.5 हजार आईआईएम एलुमनिस एक एसोसिएशन बना के वहां की सारे बिजनेस की मैनेजमेंट एस्पेक्ट को हाथ में रखे हैं सिंगापुर जैसे देश में। सिंगापुर क्वालिटी की हाई स्टैंडर्ड में विश्वास करने वाले लोग होते हैं। हमें आज की जो ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस में, इंटरनेट के एरा में, हमें हमारी प्रोसेस, प्रैक्टिस, पर्पस के साथ अगर हमारी साधन सुचिता, हम विश्व कल्याण के लिए काम करेंगे। भारत की दायित्व है विश्व कल्याण। विश्व कल्याण होने से ही हमारे धंधे भी अच्छे होंगे, हमारी संपन्नता भी बढ़ेगी। अगर हम रेस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस करेंगे तो हमारी, आज बहुत सारे देश, बहुत बड़े बड़े पॉकेट रखने वाले देशों को अनेकों देशों में लेने के लिए लोग राजी नहीं है, क्योंकि उनकी डीएनए में प्रॉब्लम है जो हमारे साथ नहीं है। आईमा भारत की उस चरित्र को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बनाए, इंटरनेशनलाइज करे, इसी अपेक्षा के साथ आपने हमें यहां आदर के साथ बुलाया। बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्रीवर, आपके उस बोधन के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार. May I now request Mr. Srinivas Dempo, immediate past president AIMA, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Most respected Minister, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Sri Amitabh Kant, who is a friend and guide for AIMA, Nikhil, Rekha, all the past presidents of AIMA, council members, members of the Local Management Association, distinguished award winners, and ladies and gentlemen. It's my real privilege to conclude this power-packed inaugural session. I call it power-packed for a variety of reasons. One is the real power speech delivered by our Honorable Chief Guest, Dharmendra Pradhan ji. I think we all are truly impressed by what you said. You talked about India's moment, and that is, this is the moment for India, and India's moment, the moment of India. So I think there's a deeper meaning in this, that we all, even AIMA, needs to contribute to the nation building and keep India's standing in the world economy. You also talked about two vital components of the Indian economy, that it's not enough to just create wealth, but also to build public welfare. You talked about changing mindsets. You are doing outstanding work in all your three departments, whether it's education, human resource development, entrepreneurship, and skill building. Big thank you to you for coming and addressing us at this session. Thank you, Sri Amitabh Kant. You always so helpful and so accommodating for AIMA. I heard you last year with equal positivity. You talked about India's innovation in so many areas and the vision and programs of the government. And you've headed the G20 as the Sherpa, and we have seen India's power truly emerging as the new power bloc. My big thanks to all the award winners. On behalf of AIMA, I personally congratulate all the distinguished award winners. Mr. Uday, Kotak, Mr. Mashelkar, Mr. Sanjiv, Bajaj, Mr. Professor Bhasker from IIM Ahmedabad, Mr. Amit Mishra, and Mr. B.S. Srinivasan. I think all the award winners have played a big role in nation building, in contribution to the nation's growth story. Whether it is Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj, who's really emerged from the family business to create such a powerhouse of innovation in the fintech sector, or Mr. Uday Kotak, who's built a most respected institution, coming from very humble beginnings and contributing to India's growth story. Or Raghunath Bab Mashelkar, I call him Bab because I hail from the same state as him, and respectfully, instead of G, we call Bab. Mr. Mashelkar has been a true epitome of innovation, extremely focused on creating India as an emerging powerhouse in technology and innovation. A big thank you to you for attending AIMA's award ceremony. I would also like to congratulate Professor Bhasker, Mr. Mishra, for contributing to the academic field. AIMA is involved in management excellence, and you are doing your own great work in this field. I congratulate Mr. B.S. Srinivasan on awarding the Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation. I thank all the jury members for selecting such wonderful distinguished persons for the AIMA Awards this year. The signing of the MOU has marked a new beginning for AIMA, and I must thank Professor John Verghese, Principal St. Stephen's College, for joining us this afternoon and signing an MOU. A big thank you to one and all, mainly to the past president of AIMA, the AIMA council members, leaders of LMAs, and friends and well-wishers. I would like to personally thank the Honorable Minister again for coming and spending time with us. And we look forward to all the three exciting sessions now, that is with Mr. Uday Kotak, Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj, and Mr. Raghunath Mashelkar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dempo. In our endeavor to push the Go Green initiative, we request AIMA President, Mr. Nikhil Sani, to present a small token of our appreciation to the Honorable Minister and our esteemed guest of honor. Thank you, Mr. Sani. May I now request all the award winners to please join us on stage for a group photograph. I request all the award winners to please join us on stage for a group photograph. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We shall continue with our program without a break. Please kindly stay seated for our next session. Financial sector and India's transformation. Please bear with us while we prepare the stage for our next session. India's economy has gained the critical mass for GDP size growth in large numbers, that the growth can be further accelerated by changing the dynamics of the financial sector. India can be a 30 trillion economy by 2047 if it can turn its savers into investors and divert big borrowers from banks to capital markets. India's economic future is linked to the future of its financial sector, and India can achieve a faster transformation by liberating its policy, regulatory and taxation approach to finance. So ladies and gentlemen, please get ready for our next session, which is financial sector and India's transformation. May I once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. As you can see, the theme for our next session is Financial Sector India's Transformation. We warmly welcome on stage Mr. Uday Kotak, Founder and Director, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and Mr. Vikram Chandra, Founder, Editor, G Technologies. They have both joined us on stage. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. May I once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. Please have a seat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, then we can start.
I'll request Mr. Vikram Chandra to take over and kindly.
All right, thank you all so much for being with us. If you could take your seats, then we can start. I'll just let the last few people take their seats, please. All right. Okay. Just waiting that they get their attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure and a privilege to be sitting here with Mr. Uday Kotak. And so I'm going to also throw it open to the audience at some point to get some of their views, to get their perspectives also on the questions. But I just wanted to start off, if I could, by taking forward the point that you were making a short while earlier. We talk about India being a $35 trillion economy. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? Yes. Is it feasible? Certainly it is. But it's not going to just happen because we have a dream. It's good that we are dreaming that big, that we are anticipating that big, and it's fantastic that we believe it is possible. We've taken the first steps, but a lot more still needs to be done to get it to work. So if you could just talk to us a little bit about the roadmap. How do we get there?
Thank you, Vikram, and thank you all here at this AIMA event. If you do the mathematics first, the starting point is, if we have to get to a 30 trillion economy, say by 2047, it means from now, over the next 24 years, we need to grow at 9% dollar. Not 9% real, 9% dollar. So 9% dollar compounded over the next 24 years takes you from your current level to a 30 trillion economy. And which, in my mind, depending on what you believe is the rupee dollar depreciation, whichever way you take it, it really means we need to grow at about, say, 7.5% to 8% per year in real terms, give or take. And I'm assuming 1 to 1.5% as a potential differential in currency. So I believe 7.5% to 8% real GDP growth, 9% dollar GDP growth over the next 24 years is certainly feasible. And while there are many pegs to it, there's a real sector peg, there is a softer aspects peg, there is the whole issue about climate change, sustainability, and various other issues, culture, everything else. I'll focus more on the financial sector. And if an economy has to reach a $30 trillion by 2047, what does it take for us, for a financial sector, an Indian financial sector, to support us getting there? And I would start with an example of what we need to be thinking about. Go back last 20 years. India was in full boom time before the global financial crisis. And it was felt that like there is no tomorrow. You know, I remember the famous January 2009 meetings at Davos, where India was really so exuberant. It was telling the United States, you guys have messed up, we are the greatest. So we have to be careful about exuberance. And the Americans said, hey, this is your day, don't get carried away.
India everywhere, Davos, those sessions that were organized.
So we have to, first lesson in this history, which I think we got to keep in mind, is let's not get carried away. It's a lot of hard work, which we'll have to do. The second aspect of this period is, we post-global financial crisis, we saw a significant damage to the Indian financial sector in terms of very weak balance sheets of banks and financial institutions, which happened and which really dragged India for a period of nearly 10 years, between 2010 and 2020. And you saw many challenges, including some failures in the financial sector. And what happened post-2020 is that we did a very good job, both from a point of view of the regulator and the policy, to clean up our system, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years. And we have done, even through the COVID period, done an excellent job cleaning up the problems of our system. However, the scars of 2010 to 2020 are still fresh in the minds of practitioners and policymakers. What we have to be clear about is the road ahead. And in order for India's financial sector to support the real economy, we have to think about this as to give an analogy, we need more roads, we need more cars, there may be some accidents, but we need good traffic signals and the regulatory system, but we must grow and encourage more cars and more roads. If we take a view, we don't want any accidents at all, then we run the risk of not having the growth which we need. So how do we get the financial sector, including all the practitioners, to a mindset where we go towards a better regulated system, but don't become so conservative and cautious because of the scars of the past. Therefore, let us keep in mind, zero accident policy is also dangerous. If you're wanting to grow and grow fast, there will be need for good regulation. We may have some accidents, but it's also how fast we respond and correct the accidents. I mean, you go back to the classic situation in the United States of America. 1 year ago, people were talking, American system is falling apart, Silicon Valley Bank has gone. But look at the speed with which they corrected the systems. So speed of response of correction is also as important. And in the last 10 years has also showed us it takes a long time to get it back to where we want to. So how do we increase speed? How do we get better traffic lights? How do we get good regulation? But grow the cars, grow the roads, and make it happen.
So just one point on the accidents that you're talking about. The accidents could be people sanctioning loans that are not given back. Sometimes bad actors will get it and siphon the money off. Sometimes it could be individual financial institutions overextend themselves and end up with NPAs that can't be done. Those are the accidents that you're talking
Things
about.
like that. And we need a very fast corrective mechanism. I think IBC is a great concept and moving the power to the creditor. But the issue with IBC is just takes too long. How do you have an insolvency and a bankruptcy code which takes years for resolution? So very good concept, good law, but devil is in the detail, devil is in execution. Therefore, speed of resolution, should a problem happen, is a part of it. Because we at times are not able to manage the speed of resolution, we try and stop a situation where no accidents should happen in the first place. I think the two are very different in terms of how we look at it.
I mean, speed of resolution and the speed of way things work in the entire judicial system is probably the number one challenge, and maybe we can come back to that a little later. But when it comes to the financial sector, just looking at the health of the sector today, I mean, obviously it's much better than what it was a few years ago. How healthy is it? I mean, NPAs look much better.
I think certainly better. And I want to move forward to say that another major transformation is underway in the Indian financial sector. And I call it as a transformation of a nation of savers is becoming a nation of investors. So you're seeing the whole intermediation process significantly and steadily move away from a traditional model, which was the saver-borrower model, to an investor-issuer model. This is great because principally, the investor-issuer model has much lower intermediation cost. The saver-borrower model has a much higher intermediation cost compared to the investor-issuer model. But the investor-issuer model comes with its own challenges. It requires dramatically higher levels of transparency. It requires very close integration of a policy-making system across different verticals, because a saver is not regulated. If you're a saver today and decide to invest tomorrow, your regulator doesn't change. You change your mind and you change where you play. The system, on the other hand, there is one thing which sort of monitors the savers, another regulatory system which monitors investors, and then there is the fiscal and the tax part, which is again with the government. The three need to work together if we are really going to make the investor-issuer model take off. And if it takes off, which I think the signs are very good, we could really have a phenomenal ability to finance India's growing needs. However, I must caution, there is only one country in the world which has got the investor-issuer model, and that is the United States of America. No other country in the world has really been able to make the investor-issuer model work. But India can. That's our opportunity. And we really need to see the risks to moving to that model as well. The risks are many. I'll just give one risk. If you don't handle it well, you could see significant bubbles happen. And I'll give the example, and let me be clear, India is not there. But I'm giving an example of what are the risks. You look at Japan between 1980 and 1989. You saw one of the biggest bubbles in history created in Japan in the equity markets. And the Nikkei index in 1989 was higher than what Nikkei is 35 years later, because they could not manage the investor-issuer model well. Same thing with China. The Chinese economy has grown for the last 20 years. Returns on capital markets are 2%. So you have to have real sophistication, efficiency, and proper guardrails, and understanding the nuances of what markets make the markets work. And normally, countries and systems find it difficult to manage.
So is there a certain maturity and a certain education that's now come to Indian savers? What you're saying about saving moving to investment, there used to be a time that if you want to save money, you buy gold, maybe buy property, put money underneath your mattress, God forbid. Those are the sort of things that used to happen. But now, if you look at what's holding up the Indian stock market, it's not FII money, it's the SIP. Every month, 15,000, 18,000, 20,000 crore rupees coming in as SIP investments. Have the Indian consumers matured to that extent, or is there still a long way to go?
I think Indian savers have tasted the pleasures of equity investing. And part of it is also because of a fundamental fiscal system which has very high incentives in favor of equity versus debt. And we have to be careful here. You cannot have a one-legged system. For a true development of India's financial sector to meet our aspiration, it has to be a two-legged system. It has to be equity and debt. Today, we are having a situation where we've got great incentives in favor of equity, but debt is become much more difficult to raise. Corporate India needs a combination of both. Therefore, how you manage incentives between equity and debt to ensure a balanced ability to play capital markets. And let's also be clear, debt instruments and fixed income bonds are also investor-issuer instruments versus deposits, which are saver-borrower instruments. So it's a very high nuance which is required. And we have also got to be careful in the point which you made about SIPs. I think it's great that the Indian retail investor has tasted blood. And you just need to see the results of last 1 year. And I'm going to highlight the dangers in that. A small cap fund gives you returns of 55%. A mid cap fund gives you returns of 40%. A large cap fund gives you returns of 15%. So where do you put your money? Where you get your returns more, which is in small and mid caps. However, there lies the ability of the system to ensure we get the right governance, where there is no excessive exuberance. You don't have stocks with P ratios of 60, 80, 100 just because too much money is going into stocks. There's an aspect about liquidity in the stocks. It is very easy to push up stock prices of relatively illiquid stocks, and some of them have really gone up. So investor-issuer model needs a great amount of sophistication and calibration, and which is why not many countries get there.
Right, let's, if you come back to the health of the overall financial system and the lending that is taking place, a lot of what's been driving the economy in recent times, there's been a fair amount of government-led capital goods spending, spending on infrastructure, spending on roads and the rest of it. Animal spirits in the private sector are starting to be unleashed, and hopefully if fiscal deficit comes down, interest rates moderate, private sector investment will also be crowded in. There were excesses in the financial system, which led to that entire boom, which then led to a crash and a slide, which we're now recovering from. What are you saying about the nature of lending that's happening? How much openness is that? Are the systems more robust now that people won't be able to game it and take 5,000 crores and head off to the Bahamas, as it were?
First of all, I think we are in a very good place. I think we've got the balance sheets of financial institutions have been dramatically cleaned up. And I would say most financial institutions in India are a clean white shirt. And this is after a long time of more than 10 or 12 years. So I think we are in a very good spot. And this is a place, and I have to give a lot of credit to our regulators and policymakers. That is RBI, SEBI, IDA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and the Finance Ministry for managing the Indian economy wonderfully, especially in the post-COVID period. We were all very concerned when COVID first hit us. The way we have managed our economy from a macro point of view, even from a point of view of, the government of India needs to be complimented even on geopolitics. How have we managed beautifully the Russia-Ukraine situation? India is right at the center stage in the world. The world gets comfort in India when the Chinese economy is going through its throes. This is a time when we really have an opportunity. A strong financial sector, is significantly lower current account deficit, fiscal deficit gradually opening. I think the stars are aligned. And I just hope that we get our act together and look at this as a marathon run and not be carried away for wanting a sprint. And the last time we really went for a sprint was 2005 to 2008. We should avoid that this time.
Right. When you talk to people in the government also, and you say what's accounting for some of this, technology, they keep talking about technology, the formalization that we are seeing, the fact that digital payments have gone up, the fact that, for example, tax collections are buoyant because so much information is available, it can't be leaked. Are you seeing technology playing a role in this?
Technology is a very major part. I think there are three aspects to finance going forward. First is customer. The customer of today is in the world of Google, Meta, Apple, Amazon. The kind of experience the customer is getting in that versus what that customer gets from banks and financial institutions, there is a gap. And it is incumbent on all banks and financial institutions to wake up and shake up. Because or you are going to lose customers, and each of the banks and financial institutions should be thinking that if tomorrow Google is allowed a bank, what will happen to all? And we really need to get the customer act first at the cutting edge for the kind of experience the customer is getting on other platforms. So that is point number one. Point number two is there has been a debate for quite some time in the financial services industry that what takes precedence, technology or risk management? I believe the financial institutions of the future will be customer-centric, high-quality risk management companies powered by technology. What you have to be careful is, at times, pure technology companies have a habit of being fast and loose on regulation. So we have to be clear that the base and risk management includes many things. It includes credit risk, operational risk, reputational risk, a whole host of things, regulatory risk. Therefore, you need the future of financial services is customer-oriented risk management companies powered by technology.
On the point which you were just making about the customer experience still needing to evolve, if you actually talk to people from abroad who sometimes come out here, they are in fact quite positively surprised. I've had friends and family who come from the United States, for example. You show them what you can do with UPI, you can show them what you can do with online banking in India. It's actually way beyond what they can experience, even in a country like the United States.
Yeah, but I think your future competition is not how good or bad banks are in the US or Europe or UK. Your competition is the Google, Meta, Apple, Amazon. And that's your benchmark for the future of the customer experience.
Right. There will be, of course, other things that will come up. The entire question of digital currencies, how will it work? There are some people who believed that the competition was going to be, crypto, for example, and there are questions of regulation around that. How do you see India playing in that space?
I think India's position is clear. India does not like crypto.
Thank God for that.
Having said that, if you just have, you got to look at the crypto market in the US. I remember it went down to some 18,000, but the last I saw yesterday, it was up to 51,000 again, the Bitcoin. So something is still holding it. And I think in what you got to keep in mind, that for all the negatives of crypto, and I'm not a believer in crypto myself because I don't understand it and what purpose it serves. But you got to ask the
What's worse is if you ask people who do understand it, they still don't have a logical answer.
That's correct.
As to why it should be priced at what it is.
It's like gold. Why do you buy gold?
You've been buying gold for 5,000 years.
No, but time doesn't give the logic. Okay, it's just the habit of the mind that we say gold is a store of value, but it's a piece of metal. Why is gold having value? So there is something which is different about gold. And crypto really is an answer. If you talk to the crypto supporters, they will say that basically central banks around the world have debased their currencies. They've been given an ability to keep on printing money. And you just print more currency, it suddenly becomes value. So against that, whatever the positive arguments on crypto are, that you can't keep on creating new crypto. Therefore, there's a limited, finite supply. And that is the argument against which I think bottom line is irresponsible central banking, particularly in developed markets, is the biggest risk for alternative assets to get more importance.
So do you think something like CDMC is going to really catch on, or again, will that come back to the same point that as long as the government is issuing it, they can always debase the currency?
I think central bank digital currency has tremendous legs. It has to get customer utilization. It can be a very big positive, but it will dramatically change how financial institutions will work in the future. It will still not get away from the fact that you will need an intermediate for risk management, which is the heart of what financial services is and will always remain.
All right. Before I start throwing it open to get some comments from the audience, I just want to come back to what I began by saying, the roadmap ahead at a broader level. A lot of things India has done correctly. The focus on infrastructure, for example, is really great. Digital and physical infrastructure is being done. A lot of the things that we would gripe about way back 10 years ago is not really problem areas right now. What, to your mind, are the major issues that need to be fixed right now? Is it what you were saying a short while back, the time? I mean, the fact that judicial delays are so much that things can just get locked up in cases forever.
I think capacity building in the financial sector, seriously pursuing a balanced model both for savers and investors, a very significant macroeconomic management between fiscal and current account. India boldly aspiring that over the next 10 or 15 years, is there a sliver or a window where the Indian currency has a chance to at least begin the steps towards the reserve currency?
I was going to ask you about that actually. There is this talk about de-dollarization, obviously, that is going on. I'm not sure how many legs it has right now, because it's not clear what the alternative is. I don't see the rest of the world accepting the yuan, for example. Is the dollar under risk? And at what point does India say we need to move towards capital account convertibility?
See, finally, my view is if you keep on printing money, and then you must see the interview of Vladimir Putin recently, where he said that the biggest mistake, and this is his view, not my view, the biggest mistake the United States has made is sanction the reserves of Russia. It has forced us to look at alternative currencies and alternative mechanisms for our trade. And over time, it will put fear in more and more central banks to find ways around versus keeping all the reserves in nostro in US dollars. Therefore, India has the opportunity. I can't think about keeping my money in a Chinese central bank. And there are not too many places in the world which I can. Therefore, can India reach an institutional framework with a macroeconomic stability where the world can trust India for keeping their money safely?
But the first step to that obviously has to be to start letting the currency float, to have capital account convertibility, to at least have steps towards that. If you're still controlling it and you've got LRS and you've got all those other restrictions on sending the money, how do you become a reserve?
But 24 years are a long time.
What would be the immediate? In fact, I was about to ask you that. How do you break it into?
I think it has to be to get bolder. Again, I'm a believer that the best way to start experimenting is by doing it in a small pocket in the country. I do believe Gift City has potential. You should be thinking about opening windows out of Gift City and test and experiment on some of the balloons and see how it goes in the direction of more open currency, both trade and investment. And based on that experience, gradually make it easier for Indians to move currency in and out. And I think if we can get there and we manage our current account and fiscal deficit over time and truly institutionalize our processes where people can trust the institutions of India, that's the foundation for building a long-term step for a reserve currency. And reserve currencies takes at least 100 years. And you just go back and think about the early 20th century. People used to say, the sun never sets on the British Empire. I heard a friend of mine from London say, I'm trying to figure out when does the sun rise in the British Empire. 100 years later.
Absolutely. All right, let me start taking some questions and comments. Gentleman there, yeah. Can we just get him a mic? Yeah, carry on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Kotak, how you see the role of RBI as a regulator in dealing with Paytm? And how you see the role of RBI as a regulator in dealing with Paytm? And my second question is, do you see Indian market is overvalued and you see bubble in near future?
I think on the question number one, I genuinely believe that the Reserve Bank has done a phenomenal job as a regulator in the last few years. And the macroeconomic management and ensuring that the Indian financial sector gets to be completely clean, we have to give an enormous amount of credit to our regulatory system and RBI in particular for really making Indian finance safer than it has ever been before. So huge credit for that. I mean, it would not be appropriate for me to speak on the specific subjects because keep one thing in mind, the RBI knows more than what you and I do. So let's leave it at that.
The second part, is there a bubble in the Indian stock market?
My advice to you is that whenever you're putting money into equities, please look at the valuations. Please look at what is the multiple at which you're buying. Are you buying because your neighbor has made money and he has told you that he's made a lot of money in this stock, or are you applying your mind independently? And you have to be careful when the P ratios of some of the companies are out of line. You have to be very careful where in many companies, the public float is very small. And if the public float is small, the price can be anything. So you have to use your judgment, not be carried away, and ask the tough questions. Please do not blindly follow the herd.
You know, talking about blindly following the herd, if I can ask a follow-up question to that, if you see globally what's happening, there are 7 companies, the Magnificent 7, which are really driving the entire stock rally and continuing to get power. Their valuations aren't high. They're growing and growing and growing. They're taking virtually all the growth that we're seeing in global stock markets because of 7 companies. But their monopoly position is so strong that their valuations are still not that high.
But therefore, there's a good reason. You said it. The PE ratios will be around between 20, 25, 30. And we are talking about companies in India, which some of them have 3-digit PE ratios. And in many companies, there is no E for a PE ratio. It's infinite. So there may be good reasons. The future is bright. But at least, therefore, I think look at, of course, you got to take a view on the future, not just the current earnings, but look at the sustainability of earnings, sustainability of values. Is it frenzy where a small float or a small cap stock can be made into any price. And just because you've made returns in the past, remember the famous line in mutual funds, past returns are no guarantee for the future.
Good point. Yes, sir. Gentleman, yeah. Can we get in the mic? Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Kotak. Very beautiful sessions. What we have seen is that middle class aspirations are growing, and in the recent past, startups have grown really well and they paid really good to their employees. But still we see in the interest and financial market that the interest rates are higher for the middle class products, vehicles and other things comparable to luxury vehicles and good. How do you see that?
Compared to?
Luxury vehicles and luxury goods. So in luxury vehicles, usually the interest rate is lower, but if you buy a middle class vehicle like an Ertiga or any Maruti product, you have to pay a higher interest rate. How do you see that?
You know, my view is, I don't think the rates of interest determined by financial institutions are based on whether it's luxury or a Maruti. It is based on the customer profile. Therefore, the pricing is based on the customer profile and the customer's ability to sustain a leverage. And the pricing of loans is done on the risk parameter which a financial institution considers, irrespective of the underlying asset, first on the profile of the customer. Therefore, for a Maruti car, a top-end customer in terms of quality, say a CIBIL score, I'm just picking at 800 versus somebody with a CIBIL score at 650. For a Maruti, both of them will get different pricing. Now, what you may be having a situation is where in a luxury car, somebody's score may be 800, and in the Maruti, you may be looking at somebody whose score may be 650. So pricing will be different. So look at the credit quality of the underlying customer. I don't think it's linked to just the car or the quality of the car.
All right. The gentleman there had a question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Vishesh.
Udayji, my point is on a little different note. My name is Som Dua from BYST. The point which I'm making is the way we are paying attention to the financial sector. Don't you think we need to build on the capacity for the entrepreneurship development also, so that the finance is managed properly by the startups and by the people who are in the management control?
I think, since on this occasion, I must say, for a startup to start, when I started my career, was far tougher than for a startup to start today. There are a lot more avenues of getting funded today than what was in the earlier times. Lot more early capital, angel capital, venture capital is much more available today. I think the challenge for startups is how do you have an idea, execute it, and as you get to some execution, how do you build processes to build a sustainable institution? Most startups, even if they get early capital and they start executing the idea well, they normally stumble when they're beginning to move to scale. And that's where processes which need to catch up take time, and the entrepreneur trips. Therefore, the most important aspect is a startup entrepreneur must have the capacity of being a good professional or hire good professionals in their journey so that you are handling the process and the governance aspect as you scale up. Capital is more easily available today than I have ever seen.
Vishesh. Can we get the mic to Mr. Chandu? Yeah.
Thank you, Vikram. Mr. Kotak, do you think we need to consider a super regulator in India that can help consolidate the approach when something does go wrong versus receiving notices from MCA and ED and RBI and SEBI, etc.? That's my first question. My second question is, your second innings was sort of forced upon you by circumstances, by a regulator. It's amazing reading that letter, how you've taken it in your stride and moved forward. But is there a learning for the rest of us who don't have that sort of tenure, and asking from a management perspective for us to learn about our tenure in our specific roles? And actually, a follow-up to that would be, how is your second innings shaping up, knowing your love for cricket?
I think on the first question, which is the question on the regulatory framework, I think it's a very big challenge for a super regulator to really function as one. But I think there's a need for us, if we're going to look at a unified financial sector, where the saver doesn't care whether he's a saver or an investor, and therefore, if you compartmentalize the risks of falling between stools or the frictions between the stools, I think you need a mechanism, and there is a mechanism. There is a Financial Sector Development Council, or FSDC, which has been put in place under the finance minister, with all the regulators participating in that. I think if that mechanism gets stronger and strengthened and is put more formalized, I think that could be very useful to this journey where a nation of savers is becoming a nation of investors. Therefore, a more structured, formal FSDC with different regulators participating in it at frequency of, say, a month or 2 months would be very, very useful for a more holistic view on the sector. For example, there are today a lot of gaps in the tax aspect as well with reference to financial sector regulation. So how do you, and I'll give you a stunning fact, it is cheaper for an equity trader to borrow money today. And an equity trader today borrows money at lower rates than a AAA company in the futures market.
That's fascinating. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. The gentleman here.
So other discussions we can have off the record as well, okay? Because I think he has got to finish this panel quickly.
No, I mean actually, now if you want to answer the second part of it, I think that's a great question too.
No,
okay, let's answer it briefly.
No, on that, I think it's my view is over time, one has to be very clear. An institution is more important than any individual. And the journey of any institution has to be ability to sustain over a long period of time. And from that point of view, I think each of us has to plan our destiny in a manner that you take the interests of the institution above everything else.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Simple question that you see the lots of opportunity in the financial market, but we as a small size MFD, around 1,000 crore AUM, what are the challenges and opportunities that you would guide us?
I think first is lage raho. Okay, and make sure your product is outstanding. And I was just looking at some very stunning statistic. You know which is the fastest growing fund today in India? It's the quant fund. I'm not in favor of quantitative techniques or not, but they created a product which produced significantly superior returns to anyone else. Therefore, my answer is ultimately you can win by creating outstanding products, and if you do that, it doesn't matter how small or large you are at the point of starting. And you have the most outstanding example in Zerodha. They created a new product and disrupted a market which was a sitting duck. You have the example maybe of a larger player in other areas, but a startup in telecom, Jio, they started with a very simple proposition, voice free. So I'm saying there are different strategies you can follow, but at the end of it, it must be a cutting edge product for the customer.
All right, Mr. Kotak, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure listening to you as always. And let's hope we stay on that path to the 30 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Kotak. And thank you for taking us through a very insightful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Vikram Chandra. May I now request Mr. Krishan Kalra, past President AIMA, to please join us on stage to present a memento to Mr. Kotak and Mr. Vikram Chandra as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Kalra, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Thank you once again, Mr. Chandra. Thank you, Mr. Kotak. May I request you both to please kindly take your seats back amongst the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please do remain seated as we will be beginning immediately with the next session. Our next plenary session of the day is a fireside chat between Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj Finserv Limited, and Mr. Nikhil Sahni, President AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, on Indian Century, Managing Growth with Transformation. Round of applause. I'll now request Mr. Nikhil Sahni to conduct the session. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Could I request everyone to take their seats, please? And I presume people may be walking back in after Mr. Kotak's session. But firstly, a very warm welcome to you, Sanjiv. Thank you for being here, and thank you for accepting our most prestigious award at AIMA, which we believe is the most prestigious award in management as well, which is the AIMA GRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. As you can see, the award is on the other side of the podium. It's quite heavy. I don't think you'll be able to pick it up. But the replica as well is quite heavy. So, but it does convey, the weight of it does convey the sincerity in which we awarded it to you. As you know, as a recipient of the GRD Tata Award this year, you would have to chair the jury for next year's award winner. And so that was this year's jury was chaired by TV Narendran, who got the award this previous year. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here himself. But personally, as well as from AIMA's behalf, we're deeply honored to present this award to you, and thank you for accepting it. It's really very appropriate that you get this award at a point in time that we're discussing transformation of the Indian economy, because you and your family have epitomized transformation in industry, transformation in politics, transformation of the country at the time of its independence, and now with your personal transformation of a small NBFC into the behemoth that it is now, a business that is nearing 1 lakh crore in disbursements, turnover, disbursements far exceeding those numbers, highly profitable, and touching every individual in India in some manner or the other. And I think it's very interesting for us to have you here today to tell us a little bit about your story, a little bit about where India stands today in its transformation, a little bit about where financial services plays a role in this space of transformation, and where do you see the opportunities for us, as well as for other managers who are around this table. So firstly, Sanjiv, if I may ask you, in the last decade, India has emerged as one of the largest economies in the world. How have financial services in India evolved over this period?
Thanks, Nikhil, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you, AIMA, once again for the award. I must say this is the third award I'm getting from AIMA. I know everybody can make a mistake once, but 3 times.
There may be a fourth at some point. You know, we've got to the JRD, now there's only lifetime. So we'll have to wait for that.
20 years at least. No, our own journey has been very much really a journey of financial services in India. When you think of banking before the digital era, so say before UPI, Aadhaar, let's say before 2008, when you think of banking, banking really had not changed in 150 years. You know, typically bank took money from those that had a little extra money, gave it to those that needed it. You had to wait in line to get that loan. And the banks made a little bit of spread. Of course, there were computer systems and others that kept record. Of course, you had risks. And as all of you all just heard, Uday, probably the best banker in the country so far in his first innings. But banking had not changed dramatically. What changed has been the digital world. Because what the digital world has brought about is a significant set of discontinuities. Look at India. With the India digital stack, digital KYC became possible. We all got our Aadhaar, which is a digital ID. Digital bank accounts became a reality. Bank accounts went from something like 200, 300 million to over 1 billion bank accounts in a very short period of time, which essentially meant that digital pipelines were created between lenders, insurance companies, and the last Indian who could not access financial services earlier. What also changed along with it was the entire internet world. That started developing. Look at India with its mobile network, one of the top lowest cost mobile networks in the world. Today, our mobile phones, as Dr. Mashelkar will tell us, have more computing power than the fastest of supercomputers 25 years ago. So every Indian today can get financial services from a touch of a button on his mobile phone. So accessibility got created. You then had the birth of startups, and including in those fintech startups, the entire availability of venture capital and private equity in the last 25 years in India created access where otherwise, if you were an entrepreneur from an IIT, from an IIM, or somebody who just had a great idea and you could put a small team together, how did you get money for it? You went and stood outside a bank, waited 3 months, then the bank manager took a look and said, I don't understand this, go and set up a shop. I'll give you a loan for the shop. So the venture capital and the private equity world also came together. So if you actually think about it, so many things conspired together to dramatically change financial services in India. And in this area, India has led the world. Let there be no doubt about that, and continues to lead. But again, as Uday said earlier, we can never take this for granted. We have to stay at it to keep innovating. And that's where in the last now, since I would say 2008, we are dramatically seeing a change in financial services in India. Because if I'm a bank and I'm paying you 6-7% on your deposit, I can no longer take for granted that you're going to take a loan from me where I'm going to earn from you. Because you can take a loan from 10 other NBFCs, banks, fintechs. You don't have to come back to me. Earlier you had to, because only I knew about you. Look at the democratization of data, what that is doing in creating access. Some of you may be aware of a new protocol called account aggregator that the government has launched last year. As a consumer or a small business, if you're looking for a loan, all you have to do is on a touch of a button, one SMS and one OTP, you can give access to a potential lender access to your bank account. You can digitally choose, because your bank accounts now under Aadhaar are all put together. That will come up on your screen of your phone. You can say this bank account information can be made available to this particular potential lender. And as a lender, I can use that data. I can see what your income is, where are you spending money, how many EMIs do you have, and on that basis decide not only whether you are eligible for a loan, but what is the right size of loan. Now, that data sat with different banks. Today, any NBFC, any fintech, and any other bank can access a customer which is not their own. So, to me, this democratization for the end consumer has been radical in the last 15 years.
No, before we get to the future, as you said, the democratization of data, the availability, and a lot of systems that have come together have enabled this transformation as we currently see it. But Bajaj Finance, Bajaj FinServ, sits in the middle. You talked about 2008, and I think that may be a turning point for Bajaj FinServ itself. and there have been different milestones that you've achieved along with what has been possible through the regulator, but also the operating environment. As you said, the account aggregator is possibly something that will drive growth in the future. But you've been very data-centric from the beginning. Can you tell us a little bit about how you approached that in an era when it wasn't really the norm? What drove you towards going down that route? And what has been the outcome? What we all know, but what has been the other outcomes that you would have tried to benchmark against, which are not publicly known?
2008 is when Bajaj Finserv was born through the demerger of financial services companies, our insurance and our NBFC from Bajaj Finance. And 2008 was an interesting period. It was the start of the global financial crisis. Banks all over the Western world were falling apart. The contagion effect of that on Indian banking was very visible. Banks had become risk averse, especially to consumers, small value loans. Regulatory supervision naturally had increased that much more. So the economy was going through the financial services world was going through a tough period. And yet, we had seen some of our best years as India. We were growing at 8.5%, 9.5%. Businesses were growing like never before. Our first set of infrastructure investments in India was happening. I know the first expressway, Mumbai-Pune, because I live in Pune, opened in 2003, 2004. Consumerism had started. Businesses were moving away from mom and pop businesses and getting more institutionalized. If you wanted to go and buy a mobile phone or a television, you suddenly went to chains of stores, not to just the neighborhood store over there. In this environment, when we looked at the future at Bajaj Finserv, we realized that on one hand, there was a tremendous future ahead of us with India growing 8.5%, 9%. And even if you see the last 10, 15 years, on average, the 6 to 7% growth has dramatically increased the opportunity in India. But at the same time, we realized that we were minnows in a sector which was huge, very competitive, and very commoditized. So the question was, how will we make a difference? And we focused on 5 core tenets on which we said we will build our businesses. First was, let's focus on building long-term businesses where we can balance profit and growth. For any CEO or any management, there will be periods of time when you can accelerate a little higher and you have to sacrifice profit. And there'll be other times when you have to claw back to get those minimum margins and you have to slow growth down. This is part of probably a quarterly, if not an annual task. How well you do it, because this is not a science, it's an art. How well you do it differentiates those companies that last for the long term than not. So this was very important for us. Second, in a commoditized industry, and we talked about how the digital world was starting at that time. You could start shopping on Amazon in the US. Amazon India was not there yet, but you could. So you realize what the digital world was doing. So we said, can we focus on tech-led innovation all towards customer delight? And customer delight was very important because we were otherwise in a commoditized industry. I mean, I had spent 10 years selling motorcycles before that. You know, you could excite a 22-year-old by kick-starting that motorcycle, and the roar of the engine would justify it to his father saying, yeah, iske liye 4,000 rupeya aur is worth it, you know. I could never get my insurance policy or my loan document to roar like that. So consumers would go for the cheapest loan or the highest discount on insurance. So how do you focus on disruptive innovation, tech-led, for customer delight? And if we have time, we'll talk about some of those examples. The third was accountable empowerment. And this was something which was a very unique part of our culture. Growing up in an environment, coming from a promoter group, I had the freedom within a broad set of guidelines that was set by my seniors or the board to go and build business as I wanted to. And it was our endeavor to say that in each of our businesses, if we can replicate that, if we can make every employee feel like an owner, we can give him the powers to work as an owner, we can reward them as an owner, but we also hold them accountable. This will create a flood of entrepreneurship, which will set us apart, because ideas don't belong to anyone. And believe me, we have the least amount of ideas. Ideas are there with your teams, but can you enable those ideas? So accountable empowerment. Next, fourth, was lean operations. Again, from my auto days, every rupee that you can save can go to the benefit of your customer, your employee, or your shareholder. So we were very clear, we must build the lowest cost business in each of our companies. And last was building responsible businesses, which is easy to say, but when you actually have to act and say no to a particular situation where you can get that additional business, but somebody needs to be paid under the table, you have to be able to step away, and you have to give that comfort to your team that at that time you must step away. So we focused on these 5 tenets. And with that, we built Bajaj Finance, which is today the largest NBFC in the country. Our 2 insurance companies, Bajaj Allianz, again amongst the largest. Our housing finance company, we started that 6 years ago. In the next 2 years, it should, after HDFC's merger, should probably be the largest private sector housing finance company. And 3 digital platforms. Because again, as Uday said, as we've disrupted our industry in the last decade and a half, we keep thinking who can disrupt us? And we think digital platforms can, because they have access to customers, they understand the digital world, they have a lot of data. And we have created 3 platforms. One is a financial products market aggregator, one is a health aggregator, and one is a digital securities aggregator. So we are looking at these business opportunities both as a manufacturer with traditional financial strengths, but also as somebody that understands the digital world and leverages that.
I want to come to the future as in a second in terms of how you're going to use data, how your business models will change, and how you'll utilize data to provide even more customer value. But you did touch upon customer delight as an inception point in terms of one of the fundamentals by which you built Bajaj FinServe. And could you elaborate a little bit more about how you were able to distinguish that customer delight, and what were the points that actually drove him to become a regular customer with you?
So early 2008, our vice chairman of Bajaj Finance, Nanu Pamnani, who sadly passed away a few years ago, also our mentor and really helped us build out our financial service business, used to drive every Tuesday morning, 5 o'clock from Mumbai. He used to be the first in office. The rest of us were driving 10-15 minutes. But 8 o'clock he used to be there in those days. 8:30 our meeting used to start. And Bajaj Finance was very small. One of our main lines, other than financing our own motorcycles, was consumer durable financing. And consumer durable financing had just started getting organized with some of the big stores coming around. So we used to do about 10,000 loans, consumer durable loans a month. At 10,000, we used to lose money. It was just the operational cost and the teams and people of technology were managing that to lose money. So our finance guy said that, you have to do 20,000 loans a month to make money. To 18,000 was break even or something. And Devang Modi under Rajiv Jain, and Devang now runs a health business, was the head of that. And Nanu looked at Devang in the eye and said, Devang, I know you can do this. You have our full support. Tell us what you need. But I give you 1 year to do this because I have no time for hobbies. If you can't make this work, I will shut this business down. So, of course, a couple of days later, a bunch of us went to the nearest consumer durable store. We said, let's observe what these customers are doing. And sure enough, by evening, middle class family comes on their two-wheeler, little Maruti car, husband, wife, 2 kids. Child is seeing this really nice 36-inch plasma TV in those days and wants the father to buy it. And the father doesn't have the money. There were hardly any credit cards those days. So father has to take a loan. So the store guy says, okay, give me your name, your address, and I'll let you know in 3 to 5 days. Because the store guy then will tell some banker who's there, who has a counter. The banker will the next day will send somebody into that society. They'll talk to the neighbors. ये कितने साल से इधर है? अच्छा, सब कुछ ठीक है क्या? Behavior कैसा है? That's how you establish credit. And then after 3 days you come to know, will you get the loan or not? We said, why can't we leveraging data? Because the credit bureau at that time, CIBIL, was already 5-6 years old. So in the big cities, you got pretty good access. So we started looking at the credit bureau. We said, is there a way for us to create an experience where when the child likes the TV, we can tell him, I'm sending it to you in the evening so you can watch cricket in the night. That is the experience. It took us 18 months to work on the technology, to work on the processes, and to bring down the loan approval process, which was not only with us, which was with any bank or NBFC in the country. It used to take 3 to 5 days. We brought it down to 2 to 3 hours in 18 months' time. And with that, we crossed 25,000 loans for the month. And because of that, we are all sitting here and I'm getting this award.
And how many are you doing now?
So, of course, so I'll tell you one more story. Another example of innovation, but standing in the store. Within a year or two, many customers came back to us saying that, I want to buy now an air conditioner. I want to buy a washing machine. Each time, you guys are asking me for my information, but you know me. I've taken a loan from you. We said, good point. So we said, can we introduce a card, which was initially a physical card. It's a digital card now. So we call it the EMI card, the existing member identification card. It's nothing but a card which identifies the customer to us so that we know this is not a new customer. Now, how do you make the card work? So we went to the companies that run the swipe machines of Master and Visa card that are there in the stores, and we built our own software into that machine that recognizes our card. And then it hits our database, which tells us, yes, this is the customer, right there in the store. This is the customer, these are the loans with him, these are the loans successfully closed or not. And on that basis, we could give an instant loan to the customer. So we went down it took us another 2 years to build the system out. But again, because the customer told us this was a need, we went down from the 2-hour loans to 30-second loans. We went from 25,000 a month to 100,000 a month. And today we do about 125,000 loans a day. And this is all because of customer-driven innovation.
Truly fantastic. But now comes to a question as to what about tomorrow? I do have a question about your insights on the economy, which I think can come to a little bit later. But what about Bajaj Finserv tomorrow? How are you looking to gain even more penetration with the customer? How are you looking to be more relevant with the customer? You talked about the health aspect. What are you trying to do there exactly? And is that something that's announced? Is there something that's going to be rolled out soon?
So this is again another interesting area that we started working on about 4 years ago. We of course do health insurance through Bajaj Allianz. We also do loans to doctors, to hospitals through Bajaj Finance. And as we were sitting about 4 or 5 years ago, and again, as I said, Devang is the guy running it, we were saying that, are we looking at health the wrong way? What if we look at the health opportunity as a consumer? And if I'm somebody who is in my early 30s, married, probably 1 or 2 kids, I'm changing jobs maybe every 5-7 years, I'm probably moving cities as well. I lose my health record every time I move from one city to another. I lose the connect with my GP, with those few doctors that I knew. So I start everything afresh. Why can't we make life easier for the individual for their health needs? So long story short, what we have done is so we set up a new company called Bajaj Finserv Health. It's a subsidiary of Bajaj Finserv. You can all download the Bajaj Finserv Health app. We have aggregated now in about 200 cities, 130,000 doctor clinics, about 3,000 hospitals, all the main labs around the country, from Thyrocare to your Dr. Lal to, which is the Bombay one with M. Metropolis, all of them. We have added wellness. So we've added from gymnasiums to yoga. Mental health became very important during COVID. So there's a whole section on mental health. And we are creating products using insurance. We started with our own insurance company. We now have multiple insurance companies there. Because again, focus has to be on the customer. Your business will grow as long as you're competitive. So we've created health products. So we have a very interesting outpatient product, OPD product. Now, you never got OPD insurance because it's so easy in India, with no offense to doctors, to give a false prescription for a few thousand rupees and take insurance from your insurance company. But by creating this network of doctors, and now out of these 120, 30 odd thousand, about 25,000 of them, we've implemented our own software where all calls for appointments, prescriptions, reports, everything are digitally available on the system. It's all digitally available in a digital locker for the customer on his or her app. So when you go from city to city, you now carry all your health records with you. You even have access to the doctor. By aggregating these doctors, you can go on the app right now and say if you have a cold, you can see who's the doctor live in this zip code who's available for a conversation with you. And doctors don't like getting rated. But we are working on a system where consumers can say what their experience with the doctor was. So if you're somebody new, you can choose a doctor on that basis. Now, aggregating all this has been possible because of another initiative of the government, which is through the National Digital Health Mission and the digital health cards. I don't know how many are aware, but in India now, 350 million customers have got digital health IDs. And your digital records, like for example, many of you will have your Aadhaar and your driver's license and your policies on the government DigiLocker. You have now health records that are starting to be made available. So this is a whole new business that we've put in place where we've turned around the problem from the customer's side and we've built a business solution around it. We are currently already on this platform of ours processing about 150,000 claims a month and processing about 300,000 appointments a month, out of which about 40% are end-to-end virtual, either teleconsultation or video consultation. And interestingly, the last 6 months, these 150,000 monthly claims are all being processed by Gen AI. So the Gen AI product picks up from either a printed or a handwritten prescription from the doctor, the main points, creates medical insights, creates what it thinks is the right claim value. Of course, we have a pair of eyes checking it to see that we reduce the error rate. So this is how you can leverage technology. You can change the value proposition of what otherwise was a traditional lens to look at a business, and all for the customer's good, to create a differentiated business proposition rather than be chasing the cheapest insurance policy or the lowest interest loan.
Well, very meaningful. I think that it provides significant value to the customer. And if you look at the potential of this down the road in terms of how the data can be mined, and I believe that is the intent of the digital health mission as well, is to have better outcomes, better health outcomes. It provides enormous opportunities, and it's very comforting to know that we have such innovation that is happening. Even though, but it reminds me that I should get a digital health card myself.
So you already have it, because what the government smartly did is, if you sign into CoWIN for your COVID certificate, you have an ID.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But this throws up, this mining of data throws up different avenues of products and services which may not directly be aligned within the financial services. Is that something that you consider to be within the mandate that you currently have? Is there a team within Bajaj FinServ which evaluates these as potential opportunities? Like for example, you said you created a platform as opposed to for insurance companies rather than for yourself. How do you see the role that Bajaj FinServ will play in this data-driven economy going forward?
Each of our businesses runs a reasonably exhaustive long-range strategy event every year. So mid-year, about 4 or 5 days is spent with the large companies and about 1 or 2 days with the smaller companies, where they have spent the previous 2 months, and the large companies would involve as many as 1,500, 2,000 of their employees. The smaller companies may have a couple of hundred of them, where one thing that they do is they benchmark the best company in the world for one area. So for example, we benchmarked Starbucks, because for those of you or your kids, the rewards program at Starbucks is unique in how it attracts people to come and spend more money and spend $6 on a 50-cent cup of coffee, and the equivalent over here. We have a rewards platform that's gone live after 18 months of work, by and large taking best practices from there. We looked at Netflix 1 year, to see the lessons from Netflix on how they, when you watch a few movies or serials on Netflix, the ease with which their engine tells you what next you should watch. So we've used that intelligence to say, once somebody has taken one or two loan products from us or an insurance product from us and has consented for us to smartly offer those products. So one is benchmarking. We looked at HDFC Bank in 2009 or 10 as the best Indian bank at that time to say, how do we benchmark them in everything they do? So when we benchmark, we don't just look at our sector. We look at the best that there is and see what can we pick up from there. Everything may not be relevant. Second is we have a very bottom-up approach where every person in the company, whether you're senior or young and junior, has two tasks. You have to perform for today, for this month, for this quarter, but you also have a role to transform what you're doing for the future. And we would come up with a few hundred projects through which the top maybe 30, 40 of them we will evaluate in those 3-4 day sessions, and the rest get evaluated separately. And the best projects are the ones which go ahead, become a new business line, become a new tech implementation, become an HR initiative. And the project team very often is a youngster driving that with some of the older people mentoring that team. And those that then get the final green light, because some projects could be 3 months, some projects could be 12, 18 months. If they get a green light to go ahead, very often is this project team that says, can I go and build this out? See, that's where the entrepreneurism comes in. That's where the ownership comes in. They said, this was my idea. I worked at it. And now you're letting me build it out as a business. And we have multiple such examples. So this becomes the second way in which we open up to what we see is happening outside. And we are very clear that we pick up the best of ideas from everywhere. We generate a lot of ideas internally as well. But then we keep trying to see how do we keep improving them.
Oh, that's truly fascinating. Sanjiv, while you're here and you have such an insight into India, the Indian consumer, how the government is thinking, you do 1.5 lakh loans a day. Or was it a day or was it an hour? I don't know, but it's significant in whichever manner. How are you seeing the previous two sessions, which is the inaugural session with the minister and the previous one with Mr. Kotak? We talked a little bit about the fact that the next 25 years is for India, and very frankly, there's very little that can stop us. We have the wind in our on our tails, and everything that we seem to have is working in our favor. Geopolitics. You have aspects from our transformation that's happening on the digital side. You have the transformation that are happening on the energy side. You have a demographic which is playing into it very equally. Where do you see the positives? And then, like as you have a pseudo banker's hat as well, because you have to manage risk constantly. Where do you see the risks as well on both sides? The opportunities and risks. What is your outlook? What are you seeing?
So firstly, I'm not a banker. I don't run Bajaj Finance. Rajiv Jain is the banker who runs Bajaj Finance. I build businesses. And I'm not an economist either. See, we have some traditional strengths. The strength of a young, educated population, very entrepreneurial, and we have seen, we've talked about alternate source of capital, what they've done with all the startup industry. We have had now 20 years of significant investment in infrastructure. Successive governments have done that. This government has even further accelerated it. Instead, let's be clear, the last 3 or 4 years, our economy has been supported by government spending on infrastructure. Private sector, small businesses got devastated through COVID and then the impact of war. So it's really the public investment in infrastructure that has helped us ride along, but that has a multiplier effect for the economy. More cement gets sold, more trucks get sold, more employment is generated. These all become consumers, they become investors, as Uday was saying. What is dramatically changing beyond some of these more traditional levers? One, the digital age. India now has a chance and is innovating for the world. We are no longer followers. We are not copying what was done in the West, because the West has been innovating for 100 years. Look at UPI. 12 to 14 billion transactions a month, about $230 to $240 billion of digital transactions a month. As I think Uday mentioned, that's more than China. That's more than the US. That's more than Europe. That's more than all three of them combined. This is our innovation. And not just because it's easy to make payments. Can you think of what is the underlying infrastructure at zero cost to the consumer to be able to build this? What is happening on the health side? Look at ONDC as a platform. I don't know how many of you have used ONDC, but everybody goes to Flipkart and Amazon. In the last year now, ONDC, I think, is doing over 50 to 75,000 transactions a day, zero cost to the merchants. If you're on one of the private platforms, of course they charge a fee, but this is zero cost. So what India has done and the Indian government has done is they've said that as an entity, just because you have some data of the customer, you cannot make money on that. We will create the right digital infrastructure which will be free to use. You build your models on that and make money. And that's a big difference. I mean, look at MasterCard and Visa. Credit to them that they innovated payments. But how many years ago that was? They're still charging 1.5%, 2%. With UPI, it's zero charge. Now, I'm not saying what is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that this is the change that is coming about over here, where India is starting to innovate. Look at climate change. I think, again, government has taken this proactively rather than to say that the West ended up polluting for the last 50 years to develop themselves. And now they're telling us, please reduce your pollution levels without balancing the fact that you should be paying for our development today. But we are taking this up as a challenge because this is again an opportunity for innovation. The entire climate transition and moving towards a greener economy is going to create, is already creating new business opportunities, new opportunities for innovations. There's no reason for that to come from the West. It will come from wherever people, government and capital makes it happen. And India, once again, has that opportunity. So there are discontinuities right now due to the digital world, due to the greening of the world, due to the political situation. The fact that the world is saying that they want a great alternate source and is looking at India for that, for manufacturing, is a huge opportunity. If that had not happened, our neighbor, who's multiple times are bigger than us and started this journey long time back, clearly has an edge. But geopolitics has also fallen in our favor. But in all this, we can't be sleeping. We can't take this for granted. Because just because the opportunity is there doesn't mean it's going to come to us. Smaller countries are already working much faster at trying to grab this opportunity. But the scale that we have is what sets us apart. And the confidence looking at how as a country we have performed the last 10, 15 years gives me the confidence that we have a great chance to make this work.
Thanks on that. Before I come to the audience, I could request you to start gathering your thoughts for questions and for whoever would like to show the mic to them. Sanjiv, we have a population with a median age of 27. Possibly by 2047, we would have a median age of somewhere in the region of about 35, 36. China by that time would have a median age of 55. Japan would somewhere be near 60. Those are significantly older countries. Now, for this transit, for the youth of our country, of 500 million people below the age of 18, like I said, median age 27, the opportunities of jobs in the formal sector will be difficult. We can't provide 20 million jobs a year. We don't have equal representation of women in the workforce. We don't have adequate representation of women in the workforce. And so when we assume 10 to 12 million jobs a year, which are come into the labor force, that excludes a lot of women in the calculation. What piece of advice would you have for these individuals entering the labor force? Is it more entrepreneurship? Is it more skill building and being appropriate for jobs? How would you guide them in terms of viewing the opportunities out there?
With the kind of numbers of new job requirements annually that you've talked about, Nikhil, you have to do each of these. And that is both a challenge, but also an opportunity. So on one side of their opportunities, create more demand. This is very important. And that's why the government's focus on exports. That's where, as an economy, as we are growing, and the additional production, demand, and jobs that we are creating can play a big role. We know the entire informal sector skilling is a very big problem over there. A lot of our youngsters that end up doing a basic BA, BCom or come out from an ITI are just don't have the right skills to get into a proper role. How can we as industry get together to skill them? And this is something that we have started doing across our group, where as part of our significant CSR focus, we are working on manufacturing and services skilling, both by creating our own program. So we have a Bajaj Auto runs a big program that they've started last year. In financial services, we started about 3 or 4 years ago. But we are also working with other organizations that work on skilling to see how can we get people job ready. Because there's government that's doing its job in creating demand. There are businesses like us that are making the investment where you need good people to come and work. And then there is that last leg that is required, that how do you make people job ready? And that's very important.
Thank you. So we can take some questions from the audience. Could I see some hands? Let's just start with the lady here, and then you could go around the table. Could I request you to introduce yourself, please?
So thank you so much. I think great questions and very inspirational what we heard from you. I have two questions for you.
Could you introduce yourself?
My name is Neena Chatrat, and I'm a management consultant, and I work a lot in the area of talent, right? So, if I heard you speak and, you listed out those 5 wonderful things that you set out and did, and it became the ecosystem in the organization. I want to know, one, what are the real differentiators here? Because I could be hearing, if I had masked your name and the name of the company, this I could be hearing from anybody, right? So the real differentiators. And 2 is you talk about the ecosystem that you create of entrepreneurship in amongst the people that work with you. What are the parentheses there? Because a lot of times we talk about, okay, become an entrepreneur and people come up with great ideas. But how does it fit into the scheme of where you wish to go, right? You've got a 5-year, 10-year plan ahead. I could be coming up with something which is completely off. So the whole story of consolidation, diversification versus staying within the knitting of the company. So these are my 2 questions. Thank you.
The secret sauce, Sanjiv, like apart from Sanjiv, who is the secret sauce, what else?
How can I give the ingredients of the secret sauce? No, but more seriously, see, this business is not about rocket science. If you are sending a spaceship or getting ready to send a man to Mars, or what Dr. Mashelkar has done through his career, he will be able to tell you clear differentiators which are unique, what made them different at CSIR versus somebody else. Our business is a very simple business. The challenge is in executing it seamlessly, and like the theme over here, growth with transformation, our theme in our company is perform and transform. Both are very important. And at the heart of all this is a culture that actually allows people to build on those 5 points. And I'll talk a little bit about our culture. So as 2008, we must have been across our companies about maybe 13,000 people. Today we are 80,000 people. And one big challenge is that earlier we could put our senior team in one room, 1/4 the size of this room, and you could talk, you could discuss, and everybody was aligned. As you get bigger, how do you do that? You can't put thousands of people in one room. So we said, what is the right culture that we want to build? And so we've built a culture wheel, and at the heart of that is an ethos that we call the founder's ethos. If we can get every employee, in whichever way, small or big, to come to work every day thinking that they are the founder of the business, or founder of that job they are doing, or founder of the business they are running, if they can think and act like an entrepreneur, that can make the difference. So the question was, okay, so you want them to have the founder's ethos. How do you get them to understand this? So I had read a book many years ago, 10 years ago, by a US clinical psychologist called Carol Dweck on mindset. And I would encourage people to read that book, where she talks about building mindsets in organizations. And from that, we came up with 4 mindsets. One was being responsible, very obvious, I won't talk more about that. Second was about customer obsession. And we said, for us, customer obsession means if I can simplify my interaction with the customer, my product sale to the customer, my servicing to the customer on a continuous basis, I make life easier for the customer to deal with me than to deal with somebody else. Then that is customer obsession, because I'm improving that experience of the customer's life. The third area was growth mindset. This is very relevant in a country like India. If you're an economy that's growing at 1.5% for 20 years, it's a different issue. Because we are an economy that has such great growth opportunities, we said, how do you build a growth mindset into our 80,000 people? And how do we explain this to people? It is through continuous transformation. That's where, again, the perform and transform comes. As long as you're always thinking, how can you do your role better? How can you make that product better? How can you make that service better? You are building greater capabilities for tomorrow. And last one was being a talent builder, which is delegate and develop. Because again, ideas don't sit all over here on the dais. Ideas sit with people. How do you not, like a politician, refuse to let go of your chair, but how do you ensure that you create opportunities for your juniors? Because in a growing organization and in a growing country, there will be opportunity that will get created for you. Now, these put together form our culture wheel. The next step to that was that, okay, you can talk about this to people. How do you go that step further? So we, the last few years, write cases on our own successes and failures. Our senior managers go and teach these cases to the next level. They go and teach it to the next. When we work on our annual budgets, there are teams that go across the country digitally or physically and communicate the relevant parts to people. So communication of what you want done is very important. Enabling people to be able to do that is very important. Rewarding them when they do that is very important. Otherwise, very often we give all this gyan, but we say, uska salary itna hai, usko 20-25% bonus mil raha hai, bahut ho gaya. But if my business is doubling in profits, why can't his salary double? But are you open to thinking that way? Are you open to... See, this is really thinking of each employee as a founder, as an owner. He's the owner, he shares in the profit as well. So it's building out each of these elements. And to your first point of, if you put somebody else's name, it will be the same thing. That is true. Because if you stop doing these things, my business will also look like any other ordinary one in 5 years' time. It will take 5 years to degrade. So you have to be at it every day.
Thank you. We're running a little bit short of time, so I'm going to take 2 questions at a time. If you could introduce yourself, and I think we'll have time for maybe one round. Maybe we'll start with whoever you're next to, and then could you introduce yourself? And we'll take 2-3 questions together, please.
मैं मैनेजर सुनील गुप्ता, मैनेजर बाय एटीट्यूड नॉट बाय डेजिग्नेशन। संजीव, आपसे सवाल मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि मैंने जो आपकी पिछले 15 साल की जर्नी देखी, उसमें आपने काफ़ी कुछ नए सिस्टम्स इनोवेट किए। साथ के साथ जैसा आपने एक एग्जांपल बताया कि जब आपकी कंज्यूमर एक्विजिशन 10,000 पर मंथ थी, उसके बाद आज वो 1.25 lakhs पर डे है। रिमार्केबल। मेरा जो सवाल है या जिस बारे में मैं बात कर रहा हूँ वो बिजनेस से रिलेटेड नहीं है, वो बेसिकली नेशनल प्रॉस्पेरिटी एंड सोसाइटल वेलबींग से रिलेटेड है। आज हम बात करते हैं 2047 में $35 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की। आज हम बात करते हैं कि इंडिया जीडीपी में 5th रैंक पर है। नो डाउट, मार्वलस। हम टॉप इकोनॉमीज में जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट 7% एंड अबव ले रहे हैं, टारगेट है 9 and 10%। गुड। अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक्स आरबीआई गवर्नर का एक स्टेटमेंट मैंने पढ़ा था। उन्होंने यही कहा कि इंडिया 5th इकोनॉमी, एक्सेलेंट, बट व्हाट अबाउट जीएनआई पर कैपिटा? एट जीएनआई पर कैपिटा वी आर एट 143rd रैंक। फर्दर at GDP per capita we are at 139th rank worldwide।
मेरा एजुकेशन इतना नहीं है, आप जरा फुल फॉर्म बताएंगे सब लोग के लिए।
अच्छा, सॉरी सर। जीडीपी इट्स ओके, GNI ग्रॉस नेशनल इनकम पर कैपिटा, यानी एवरेज इनकम, GDP पर कैपिटा यानी एवरेज प्रोडक्टिविटी। हम 139 रैंक पर हैं, वहाँ 143 रैंक पर, 140 को हम एवरेज पकड़ लेते हैं। किसी भी नेशन की प्रॉस्पेरिटी या सोसाइटल वेलबींग वो डिपेंड करता है वहाँ के इंडिविजुअल्स की एवरेज इनकम क्या है या एवरेज प्रोडक्टिविटी क्या है। तो मेरा ये सवाल या ये रिक्वेस्ट है, आज हम जितने भी प्लेटफार्म्स पे बात करते हैं या सुनते हैं, हमेशा जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट की बात करते हैं, कहीं भी आम पब्लिक के साथ हम इंटरेक्ट नहीं करते कि जीडीपी पर कैपिटा, जीएनआई पर कैपिटा हम किस रैंक पर हैं, जिसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है कि जो एवरेज इंडियन या आम इंडियन है वो कभी भी अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी के बारे में नहीं सोच पाता। वो ये नहीं सोच पाता कि मैं जो वेस्ट कर रहा हूं इसका इम्पैक्ट नेशन पे और सोसाइटी पे आने वाले टाइम में कहाँ जाएगा। तो उसी के चलते मैंने एक मिशन 50-50 लॉन्च किया है, जिसमें टारगेट लिया है इंडिया जीडीपी पर कैपिटा रैंक 50 बाई ईयर 2050। यह मिशन मैंने लिया, तो मैं आपसे एक सजेशन, ये आपकी एडवाइस चाहूँगा कि इस मिशन को अकम्प्लिश करने के लिए मुझे क्या स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए, क्योंकि आपने पीछे कई नए वर्टिकल्स को उनकी अकम्प्लिशमेंट तक पहुंचाया, आपने उनको ग्रो किया। ये मेरा सवाल है आपसे, आपकी एडवाइस, आपकी गाइडेंस चाहूंगा। थैंक यू।
Can we just take another 2 questions as well? It's a very long question actually for him to answer, but I think that Sanjiv will give it a crack.
I am Shubhrakant Shadangi, Chairman iBooks Group. So my question is again related to the entrepreneurship mindset or the culture that you have built in the organization. So there are 2 things over there. The first thing you said is they become like owners. So, and we know that entrepreneurship or startups have a lot of tendency to fail. So the moment you increase their revenue, their salary as the profit increases, most of the times people are not able to handle, and that's the primary cause of failures of various startups. So is that going to affect the organization if you do that? That's one. And the second one is as you develop that particular culture in the organization, and you set up spin-offs of the projects. So how will you balance between becoming a control freak versus a real so I mean the balance between your social objectives as well. Was the second question clear to you? No. I mean, as you make spin-offs of those projects, you could end up becoming a control freak, or you could become, because obviously you would be having stakes in the organization that has been created out of the spin-off. So how are you going to balance, or how people are going to balance that?
Last question, please, if we could take.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. So as we all see that Sensex is all-time high, and so the SIPs, and so the financial scams. So what are your views of probably having an aggressive financial awareness, because young adults, children are getting technology and mobile, and now most of the elders are also using all social media platforms. So making them aware about the financial thing, making them aware about the scams, and also giving them tools to create right ways of wealth. So what are your inputs on that, and if you are taking some initiatives on that? Thank you.
Okay, 3 very different types of questions. तो पहले तो आपका जो क्वेश्चन था जिसमें आपने प्रोडक्टिविटी के बारे में बात किया, वेस्ट के बारे में बात किया, एंड आपका जो मिशन 50-50 है, आई एम अज्यूमिंग इट इज $50,000 बाय 2050, नॉट 50,000 रुपीज, बिकॉज वी ऑलरेडी अहेड ऑफ दैट. तो ये तो वही एकदम सही बात. अच्छा, रैंक ऑफ 50, ठीक है. So rank of 50, okay, I don't know what that will project out in 2050. But आपने जो productivity and reducing waste की बात की है, यही सही बात है, and it's very important for a country like India. In many ways, we can see, आज अगर Apple India में iPhone बना रहा है for the world, that means we have got productivity, cost, waste, everything right in that plant. If today motorcycle manufacturers in India have become the largest in the world, it is because they are able to do it. Cars are getting exported. Pharmaceuticals and specialty chemicals are getting exported all over the world. IT services, we are leaders and have been for a very long time. तो काफ़ी sectors हैं जहाँ हम ये देख रहे हैं. But आपकी बात सही है कि इसको पूरा देश में spread करना है. तभी हम जाके 50/50 होंगे. और आपको advice कैसे करना है तो अभी election आ रहा है, आप खड़ा हो जाइए. To the second question on relating to startups and to failures, at least I can tell you what we do is, we are very clear that if you don't build a culture where people learn to fail, you can never push the boundaries of what is ordinary to create something extraordinary. Because then your employees will always play safe. So encourage failure, but fail early. You can't afford to fail for a very large initiative. And that's where, when we do our long-range strategy planning and the 150 odd projects we fund through the year, is as much about trying something new. If it has to fail, learning to fail, because only from that will you find the solution for success. So I would say, build a culture to fail early. Don't beat people up if they're failing. But naturally, large running parts of the business, you have to have more care, otherwise you'll blow the business up. As far as financial awareness is concerned, again, very important area, especially because, as I said, after 150 years of financial services, by and large being very similar, that has rapidly changed in the last 15 years. Some private schools have already started, even at a high school level from 8th grade or so, bringing in some basic financial awareness. We, as part of our CSIR initiative on skill building, we now run in about 300 colleges in 22 states in the country. In the final year, a 100-hour program on building the right financial awareness, not only for awareness, but even building the necessary skills for getting a job in financial services. And these are mostly being run in tier 3, tier 4 towns and cities. We are hoping to, so it's a 100-hour program which runs through the one entire term as an additional course. And instead, I think I can say that is we are one of the first institutions outside of like an NIT or someone that has now got certified by the government to offer credits for this course in colleges around the country. So then it's not an additional course for the student to take. Otherwise, you know, when we were all at students, nobody wants to do more. But we will do 20,000 students this year who will do this 100-hour course. 80 hours is pure training to get into banking, insurance or asset management sectors. 10 hours is attitudinal training, 10 hours is spoken English. Because what we realize now, we are in the 6th year of this course, is that when these students in tier 3, tier 4 come to that local branch office of a bank or an insurance company, they don't know how to deal in an office environment. The pressures of working those 10 hours a day, and most of them leave in 3 or 4 months' time. And yet, through this program, we have now seen that, firstly, 70% of these students who are opting for these programs are girls. In those 300 colleges, if the employment rate was 30-35% of all the interviews being done, students who have done this course, the employment rate has jumped to 60 to 70%. And we are seeing, because it's tier 3, tier 4, so many of these girls are coming from all kinds of family backgrounds. They are the first girl to get educated, to get a job in the family. They're doubling, tripling family income. So, big need. What we are doing is a trickle in the ocean. We are expanding rapidly year on year as well. But so many of us have to do that.
Thank you very much, Sanjiv. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, do join me in thanking Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj for a wonderful session, as well as for being the recipient of this year's JRD Tata Corporate Excellence Award.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. Thank you, Mr. Sani, for a very insightful session. May I request Mr. Sani to kindly present a memento to Mr. Bajaj as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you to you both once again. Our next and last plenary session of the day is on the theme of inclusive innovation as a public service, accelerating India's equitable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. There are no breaks. We are moving on to our next session. May I once again request you all to please kindly be seated.
Check.
This session is being moderated by Mr. Sushil Borde, Head Reliance Innovation Leadership Center, Reliance Industries Limited. And our guest speaker is Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, FRS, former Director General, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. We also have with us on the stage Mr. Vishesh C. Chandiok, CEO, Grant Thornton Bharat, who will also give the concluding remarks. So, a very warm welcome to all of you. May I once again request you all to please kindly be seated. Please be seated. This is not a break. We are straight away going on to our next session. Please kindly have your seats. Please remain seated.
Should we start?
I now hand it over to Mr. Borde to conduct the session.
Excellent. Good evening all. And AIMA, thank you so much for this good fortune for me to share this day with such stars in the galaxy here, but more importantly, to also share the stage with my North Star, my guru, my idol, and also my role model, Dr. Mashelkar. Thank you for making this happen for me.
Thank you very much. Innovation is all about doing things differently, and rarely one talks about the person who is going to interview you. So, Sushil, your last interview, the two of them, one was with Vishwanathan Anand, and the one was with the Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi. And I'm the third one, so I really feel privileged. I will mention that to start with.
Thanks to Mukesh Bhai and you. We have done 52 such interviews with iconic achievers. Just to bring out the inspiration quotient from their life, work and experiences. And you mentioned Kailash ji. In fact, on stage, he mentioned, and he called you his older brother, but he also called you a saint and a scientist. And I think he was right, because his entire message was that compassion has to be the tool for transformation. And if you look at your life, you have, in my mind, if I can call it that, I think you have done compassionate science for the benefit of all. And that is why I think he's right. And possibly that is how AIMA sees your life's work, and that is how you're getting honored today with this excellent award in public service. But in 1998, you also received the GRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. And we were a little surprised, because at that time you were at the helm of science and technology, not only in India but globally. You were considered one of the best scientists in India and in the world. You were winning all sorts of science awards. And then the GRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award in 1998. Can you put this in perspective for us, please?
Yes. First of all, I must thank AIMA for this wonderful honor now and also 25 years ago, around 1998. And there are multiple reasons for that. And I'll explain where compassion comes in. Because I saw the impact of compassion very early in my age. GRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award, the name Tata has a special significance as far as I am concerned. I was born in a very poor family in a village called Mashel. My father died when I was 6. My mother was illiterate. She brought me to Mumbai. She was in search of a job, and she would do whatever came her way. 2 meals a day was a challenge. I remember many a night I've gone hungry. I walked barefoot until I was 12. I studied under street light. All the adversities you can imagine. And then a miracle happened when during secondary school certificate exam, I stood 11th among 135,000 students in Maharashtra state. And I got Sir Dorabji Tata scholarship. That is when I was introduced to Tatas. But what they did was not just write a check for 60 rupees. They tried to make a man out of a monkey. You know, coming from such background, I had no manners, I couldn't speak properly, I had studied in Marathi. And they did a lot for me. And they would take us to museums to show our culture, heritage. And you know, very early in those days, they also introduced us to J.R.D. Tata. I was that little, you know, and I was looking at that iconic figure. And therefore, if somebody had told me that a few decades down the line, you will get the J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award, I would have been surprised. You know, that was also something special. In a couple of years later, I remember President was K.R. Narayanan, late K.R. Narayanan, and he awarded Padma Bhushan to me and Ratan Tata at the same time, one after the other. That was a miracle. You understand? Once again, it was considered as impossible. So that 60 rupees scholarship, which came out of, people call it compassionate capitalism, as far as enterprises are concerned, I would say it is compassionate humanism, you know. Because of that, I got that scholarship, and today I am sort of sitting here. So my learnings were very early on how I got into it, to respond to your question.
And if I'm not wrong, President K.R. Narayanan was also a Tata scholar?
Yeah. I must mention that. K.R. Narayanan was also very poor in terms of his background. He walked a few kilometers. In fact, Sushil, because his parents could not afford tuition fee, he would stand outside the class and take notes.
Wow.
And then he got the Tata scholarship, and then the rest of the world opened, and he became sort of president. So it was rather interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that a Tata scholar honored Ratan Tata with a Padma Bhushan and a Tata scholar with a Padma Bhushan at the same time. That is the power of compassionate giving.
And in 1998, you also got inducted as FRS, Fellow of Royal Society, which is, I believe, one level below the Nobel Prize in Science. Can you put that in perspective? Because 1998 seems to be...
Yeah. 1998 was a very special year for me. You know, those of you who are scientists will understand this immediately, but those who are not, let me explain. The highest science award is Nobel Prize, but it is given for chemistry, it is given for physics, and physiology and medicine, etc. For engineering, there is none. Engineering science in particular. So the highest award is Fellowship of Royal Society, FRS. And in 364 years so far, there have been only 3 engineering scientists who have got it. One was Professor Rodam Narsiwa, he is no more. Another one is Professor Sharma, my own guru. And third was actually myself. And you sign in the same book, by the way, where Newton has signed, in the same way that he did when he signed. So it's a special honor, I would say. I got that in 1998. I got the J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award. But one of the big achievements was about CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, is a chain of 40 laboratories. And when I took it over, it was in a bit of a disarray. No 2 labs will talk to each other and so on and so forth. And the kind of transformation that we did is now rated among the top 10 best achievements in the 20th century of Indian science and technology, because the transformation was really sort of phenomenal. That happened on 11 May 1998, when we had 40 directors of national labs signing a Bangalore declaration, all 40 of them, saying India matters to us, we want to matter to India more. And as it turned out, on 11 May, there were two other technological events. The one was, of course, our small plane that took off on that day, and the second was DRDO achievement, and the third was, as you know, the Pokhran 2. And I remember mentioning to our Honorable Prime Minister Atalji, while he was giving away the awards, why don't we call it a technology day? And it became a technology day. So 1998 was significant for me. And the fourth one, as many of you must have heard, I fought for traditional knowledge getting its rightful place, because the current pattern system just didn't accept traditional knowledge as a knowledge system. And within that, the turmeric was the first one, but Basmati battle I fought in 1998. So it was a very special year for me. You're right, absolutely.
So, and in 1898, Bose did what he did, and in 1998 you did. So from Bose to Basmati, from 1898 to 1998. 1998 also seems to be an interesting year because AIMA pioneered, in a way, the Public Service Excellence Award that you're getting now.
Yes. I must make a special mention about this, by the way, because this is not a public knowledge at all, and I'm disclosing this for the first time. I have my biography in Marathi. It is called Durdamya Ashawadi, Dangerous Optimist. But there also I have not mentioned about it. So this is a disclosure for the first time. What happened was I was Director General of CSIR, but also Secretary to Government of India, of Department of Industrial and Scientific Research. And as I became senior, I became member of the core group of secretaries. And there was one discussion about how to incentivize civil servants. Okay? And I remember, as a, being a scientist, among those civil servants, I was like a bull in the china shop. I will say things which they go by the rule book, and for science, we have to break the rule book to create new knowledge, So my attitude and etc. was different. And I frankly spoke and said, look, AIMA, and I referred to S.R. Rao, who transformed Surat, if you remember. And AIMA had the wisdom to start honoring public service people, including civil servants. And that was pioneered in 1998. You are absolutely right. So I mentioned that. And I said, in the country, there is only one organization, AIMA, which honors public servants. And we must do that. We must appreciate somebody who has not followed the rule book but has gone out of the rule book and done something else. And I remember there was a civil servant, Vishesh, sitting on this side, old civil servant. He said, Mashelkar, you don't understand. We are civil servants. Servant is the key. We are supposed to serve. So I said, sir, I disagree with you. And then I made some argument, but at that time, B.K. Chakravarti was the cabinet secretary. He said what Mashelkar says has sense. And they decided to create these Prime Minister's Public Service Excellence Awards, by the way, which are given on 21 April. That was the beginning of that. And then, of course, we had people like Prithviraj Chauhan as a Department of Personnel, etc. So AIMA has to be credited for starting Prime Minister's Excellence Awards in public service, which are given on 21st April. I think that deserves a round of applause.
So you mentioned the great S.R. Rao who transformed Surat after the plague epidemic. Any example of government's public service award that you want to cite?
Yes, as a matter of fact, what happened was initially, those awards were given because remember, now today we are digitally empowered and you heard all the numbers and so on and so forth. But go back 20 years ago, where we were. So the initial awards went to something like Bhumi, land record, railway reservation, things of that kind. But then I said, no, what we have to also look at is this award is not for efficiency or doing something better. It is for going sort of out of the rule book and doing something which is special. So I remember, Sushil, one award that went to someone who in South India, there was this prevalence of cervical cancer, certain areas. And as you know, the tests are very expensive and painful and the rest of it. So you have to find. So one civil servant, as a matter of fact, found, based on scientific data, that you apply acetic acid, and if you are positive, you get white spots, so as to say. There is a science behind it. And he covered some 1 lakh plus women, you know. So he went out of the, I mean, he was not supposed to do that. But out of compassion, sort of basically he did that. And we picked him up. I was a member of the committee, I remember, and gave it. So when we talk about inclusive innovation as a public service, I think that is something that he was doing. And I must again congratulate AIMA for giving these awards for inclusive innovation. I mean, when you gave it to Bankar Roy, that is what it was. He brought inclusion through innovation. When you gave it to Devi Shetty, that was what it was, you know, and so on and so forth. The remarkable case, of course, is one where you gave it to D.R. Mehta for his Jaipur Fort. And actually, I'll tell you, I cannot explain the concept of inclusive innovation better than mentioning Jaipur Fort. Okay? Let's sort of do an exercise. Here is a young man who has lost his leg sort of below the knee. And he uses Jaipur Fort. And I have a film which I normally show. And he runs a kilometer in 4 minutes 30 seconds.
Kilometer in 4 minutes?
4 minutes 30 seconds. 1 kilometer in 4 minutes 30 seconds. Can you raise your hands? How many of you can run or have run a kilometer in 4 minutes 30 seconds? Please.
Is this on camera?
Yeah. None.
None.
Okay. I did that exercise when I was in Jaipur. Because Jaipur Literary Festival, I was supposed to speak. And there were around 500 people. And 5 hands went up, by the way, at that time. Okay? Now, here is the significance. That Jaipur Fort is an extraordinary technology, by the way. I can get into the detail of how they used polyurethane and other materials and the composites and how the flexibility and other things actually can come in. So it was excellence. But it was affordable. It was not $1,000. It was $28, $30, okay? So 30 times cheaper, not 30%. And that is how he was able to do. In fact, I show the film where he climbs the tree with flexibility in his foot. He jumps, actually nothing happens, and he runs. Now, the significance of this is that there is a social inclusion along with this. Because when I was the chairman of Indian Institute of Management of Health Research, in Jaipur, we got a study done as to what happens to those who wear the Jaipur Fort. Because they are like normal. So they get married, there is a livelihood, they work, and so on and so forth. So this is inclusion in the true sense. It is not just beating 100% of you or 99% of you, because that is excellence. And that's why it has gone to 25 countries now, made in India for the world. So I think in this, affordable excellence is the key. If it is excellence, it will have market around the world. But if it is affordable, the people who have sort of no chance, as they say, and by the way, inequalities are growing, as you know, and it is not just income inequality. It is digital inequality, it is health access inequality, it is inequalities of all sorts, basically. So how do you dismantle inequalities? One of the great tools is inclusive innovation, but I would like to use the word disruptive inclusive innovation. What is disruptive? It is not 10%, it is 10-fold difference. Like I said, no, that 30 times cheaper, not 30%, or creating, let us say, hepatitis B vaccine, which was created by Bharat Biotech, which was 20 times cheaper, not 20% cheaper. Or Arvind Eye Care doing the surgery, whose quality was better than the ophthalmic colleges in UK, for example, the 7 parameters. But it was done at 1/100th of the sort of cost. So we are talking about disruption which is created by exponential sort of increase in the performance, but exponential fall in the prices. So we are talking about a different category altogether. I'm not talking about jugaad. In fact, I don't like jugaad, by the way. I know. It is getting less from less. We have to get more from less. That was the basic idea.
So you said Jaipur Fort now is in 20 odd countries. So inclusive innovation is not just for India. And our great friend, actually, C.K. Prahlad, who was also on the Reliance Innovation Council, had told us that if you make products for the poor that are excellent, the rich will buy it. And that is also we are seeing in the Jaipur Food case. So does that mean inclusive innovation is also sort of relevant to the developed world?
Oh yes, I remember in that context, in 2008, I was honored with this Australian Technology, Science, Engineering Academy. And I was the first one, so I said they don't know India enough because there are more than 100 people who are better than me. So I want to tell them something which they're not heard of before. So I coined this term Gandhian engineering. And I remember speaking about Gandhian engineering because Gandhiji had two tenets. The first was there is enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. So what he was saying was that use your exhaustible resources so that you can get more from less. And the other thing that he had talked about was about the science, should be helping the poorest of the poor. So that is getting more and more sort of people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. So I combined the two and called it more from less for more. And as luck would have it, C.K. Prahlad and I, because I was chairing the Reliance Innovation Council, of which he was a member, we knew each other and we worked together, and there was a paper in Harvard Business Review. Unfortunately, it turned out to be his last paper. And the title of that was Innovation's Holy Grail, More from Less for More. And what it did was actually showed for businesses, what does more from less for more mean? See, there are two things. One is you keep on becoming rich and one day you say, "Arey, what did I do for the poor?" And you create a foundation or a trust. So this is doing well and doing good. Whereas there is something called doing well by doing good. Because doing good itself is a business. When you do something which is sort of affordable, and there are a number of examples of that, that becomes different business. And how do we create that shift? And I'm very proud to say that that paper has been ranked among the top 10 must-read papers in innovation, by the way. And also, World Economic Forum, after our paper was published, had a special session on more from less. So talking about its importance for the whole world, when World Economic Forum holds a special session, that in order to create a better world, we require that, because inequalities, Sushil, is not something special for India. It exists around the world. And therefore, inclusive innovation as a public service, which is the theme that we are talking about, is valid around the world.
You mentioned doing well by doing good, and Udayji talked about Geo disrupting the digital services space, and I should not lose this opportunity of maybe giving Geo as an example then, as for doing well by doing good. Because if you see what Geo has done, it has not only changed the digital game, but if you look at basic human rights, roti, kapda, makan, and mobile as a basic human right, and now internet as a basic human right. Geo has provided that basic human right, and if you see, there is a lot of inclusion that has happened at all levels. It is not just about the 100 unicorns that are that India boasts about, which enjoy their scale and growth on the digital network, but it is also about how does UPI, which again got spun out of this entire digital revolution that Geo spurred, also helps the poor.
In fact, it's interesting. I chaired in Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics the lecture by Nobel laureate Michael Spence just last week. And he, in his talk, referred to Geo revolution. He used the word Geo revolution. So this is an interesting story, by the way. I must mention that because Amitabh Kantji kept on referring to leapfrogging. I don't use the word leapfrogging. I use the word pole vaulting. And the way it happened was that I remember Mukesh and I used to sit together and dream, and after the Innovation Council meetings, and he said suddenly, Doc, we must leapfrog. So I said, do you know why the frog leaps? So he said, I don't know. So I said, I'll tell you. He leaps because he's afraid of the predator, and he jumps a few feet, and again a few feet. Do you want to jump a few feet because you're afraid of your competitor? Or you want to pole vault? The size of the pole is the size of the aspiration. And that is where that book, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, came up. But the subtitle is very important. The subtitle is creating the magic of radical yet sustainable transformation. And that's what Jio has done. Because if you see 2007, we were talking about ranks and ranks and ranks. Just now, while Sanjiv bhai was speaking, we were 136 among 156 among 221 nations in mobile data consumption. Jio came, and within 1 year, we did not leapfrog to 100. We pole vaulted to number 1. And the rest of all the glory that you talk about, digital public infrastructure, etc., if voice not were made free and data was not 4 rupees per GB, that would not have happened. Am I right? The 2G, 3G era, etc., that you all remember. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that inclusion, when you have this, when you chase exponentials of this particular kind, you also automatically have inclusion, like we had in this, and there are sort of other examples. Yeah.
I must tell the audience that I also have a great fortune of working with Dr. Mashelkar in his foundation. It's called the Anjani Mashelkar Foundation, and the goal of the foundation is really to foster inclusive innovation, to accelerate inclusive innovations in the quest of transforming the nation. And we also have many such inclusive innovators who are changing the game through disruptive innovation. Maybe you could tell them about one or two of our great innovations.
Yeah. Some of you must have been surprised as to why I dedicated the award to my mother. And I said, I am here because of her. Obviously, she has given me birth, so I have to be here because of her. But she gave me values, and there is a little background behind the foundation. See, I was in Delhi for 11.5 years as a Director General of CSIR, and every weekend I will go to the laboratory to do my research. I never left my research, by the way. And I have this habit of carrying some cash in my pocket always, no matter sort of what happens, like I'm carrying just now. And I used to give it to her, never asked her what she did. When she passed away, my daughter Shruti was organizing her saris, and she found all that money there with a little chit. Don't forget our roots, do something, who do science for the poor. That is where this foundation was created 13 years ago. And that foundation does the following. We pick up awardees who satisfy two things. First is, making high technology work for the rich is very easy. Making low technology work for the poor, jugaad, is very easy. But making high technology work for the poor, very difficult. So first, the awardee must do that. And the second, I'm not a great believer in best practice, by the way. Best practice means you are copying somebody. I'm a believer in next practice. Okay? Which should become the best practice for others. India must lead in terms of its innovation thinking and the kind of disruption that we're causing. I'll just give an example. There are a number of awardees. You know, one of them is Rahul Rastogi. Young people. They're all young people, by the way. And they meet with all these criteria. His father had a challenge with his heart, and he had to take him out for ECG and all that, etc. So he's a smart engineer for Samsung. He said, why can't I create a portable ECG? And he created a portable ECG which you can carry in your pocket. This device looks like a toy, but it is in 12 countries now. More than 3 million scans have been taken, basically. How does it work? Very simple. You have two sensors here. You put your two thumbs for 15 seconds. Your sensor here, this is your heart. 15, 15, 15 seconds, 15, 15, 15 seconds. If you do that, and if you have downloaded an app called Sanket, your medical grade ECG goes to any grade expert that you talk about. So this sort of a kind of a sort of this establishes the principle, and there have been others. For example, eye breast. You know, there is a challenge with regard to breast cancer. Okay, and then you have to have expensive mammography experts and so on and so forth. No, there is this eye breast that has been designed just $1, by the way. And this has done 3 to 4 million scans now. I lost count, more than 20 countries. In fact, Goa government just finished, I think, last week, 1 lakh screenings, basically, you know, as a publisher. And the other states are employing. And this is high technology. When the journal Lancet recently in an editorial rated this as the best non-invasive and most affordable high technology device that we have. A young Indian boy has sort of done it, making a difference, you know. So this is sort of what it is.
I must also mention the role of Tata's here. So he talked about affordable excellence, and Rahul was affordable but not excellent because, as you know, a medical grade ECG needs to have 12 leads, you know, the 12 leads that come. And his device was only 6 leads, and Dr. Mashelkar said that nothing doing. Your 6 lead device is a healthcare grade, it's not a medical grade. The cardiologists are not going to use it, it's going to be another wearable types. So what do you need to make this 12 lead? And he said, I need some more clinical research, I need more field trials, I need some R&D money. And again, Tata Trust, in less than 2 days, came to his rescue, gave him, I think, 48 lakhs.
Yeah. I always say 48 hours, 48 lakhs.
So 48 lakhs in 48 hours, and now you have an affordably excellent ECG machine right here, right? So great role of philanthropists there.
Yeah, there, since here there are all business leaders, etc. You know what happens with these devices is the following, that they can't go to venture capitalists. You know how venture capitalists look at it. Not all of them are vulture capitalists, but some of them are. Commercial banks, loans, I think you know it better than that. So how do you get a chance for proof of concept, for example, or doing sort of initial trials, etc.? And that is where when we talk about CSIR and 2% net profit, etc., there are provisions to do something like what trusts have done. And I can tell you, particularly in this space, where you do not see billion-dollar market caps coming up, but yet saving billion lives, basically, I think CSR must be sort of reserved for that. This is, I've been trying to promote it, not very successfully, but it's very important because all the breakthroughs that we have had, they always get stuck on scale, finally making a difference around the world. Many of them, but there is one more point I also want to emphasize, by the way. I talked about affordable excellence. Excellence based on high technology, high science, breakthrough science. You know, I'm very proud to tell you that many of the awardees have their science published in the topmost of journals. Just 2 weeks ago, in proceedings of US National Academy of Science, an Anjani Mashelkar awardee figured based on his science. You know, Sanjiv, what it was? Leo Mauli has created a sort of a product where when you are bleeding, it stops bleeding in 2 minutes. Today, it has gone in 40 plus countries and large number of militaries, including ours, are using it. But there is a deep science. How do you make it happen? My challenge with the startup that we talk about is that just less than 5% are the deep tech, by the way. That is my concern. Okay? How do we, if India has to really pole vault, I will not use the word leapfrog, then we have to base them on high science and high technology. I thought that additional point I'll make when I have the chance.
Another example of VCs and loans is another startup of ours, a very, very enterprising, passionate youngster from Madurai. And he has a device and an AI platform where you can save the lives of pregnant women and also child mortality because of risky pregnancy. And everybody's liking him, you know, hospitals are liking him. And he's got orders now. and he needs funding, but he doesn't have the critical mass. The VCs are saying, show me the critical mass. Orders are saying that, okay, you need to sort of come into the market very quickly. So essentially, he needs inventory money, and nobody's funding him for that. So he went to the Tamil Nadu government and he said, this is what's happening. Is there a manufacturing program in Tamil Nadu where I can get some money to manufacture here? And they said, well, we don't have a manufacturing program in Tamil Nadu for you, but we have one with Taiwan, where we have given them 1,000 crores for Taiwanese company to come into Tamil Nadu and set up manufacturing there. Why don't you go to Taiwan, partner with a company there, bring that company here and manufacturing it here? And he's saying, sir, I'm sitting here, why are you asking me to go? So these are the problems of inclusive innovators, where we as a foundation try and help them.
Yeah, but I would just add on to this. We are running out of time, so because I want to sort of have interactions and have your questions and also advice and guidance. There is another case I'll tell you, one of the Anjani Mashelkar awardee. Dengue. Once you have dengue, it takes a day or two to know whether you have dengue and at what stage it is. Dr. Khanna of ICGB created something by which you can know it in 15 minutes. And also at what stage. US FDA certified. US patents, nobody will buy it. Why? Because we're importing from South Korea, from US, and from Australia. Sanjiv, then came pandemic. We ran out of kits. Then we went begging. Only South Korea said we can provide in the short time. The others refused because the time was short and volume was large. As luck would have it, that South Korean kit, those kits were loaded in the wrong ship which went to Africa. So we had no kits at all. So what do? As a last resort, they went to Dr. Khanna. Today, Sanjiv, that market share was 0%, it is 75 to 78% today. Would have been 0% if the ship had come. So I think there is something, I always talked about talent, technology. We have talent, we have technology. It's a question of trust. There is that cartoon, of R.K. Lakshman, where an eye doctor is examining the eyes, okay, and he sees a particle, and he asks that patient, should I take it out? I'm asking because this is a foreign particle. So I think there is a mindset issue. We talked enough about mindset issue. We must trust our young people who are doing that phenomenal job. I trust our...
Yeah, maybe Honorable Minister, just last question, talked about purpose. What is your purpose? Where are you going with this? What is your dream with inclusive innovation?
Yeah, I will make one statement before I say that. Basically, because the future of India, everybody is talking about India at 100. I'm worried about Bharat at 75. The kind of inequalities that we have, access issues and so on and so forth. If Bharat at 75 remains at Bharat at 75, we can't dream of that India at 100. I want to make that statement. Secondly, the minister talked about, rightly, wealth as well as welfare. That welfare, I don't want it to be just doles. We have to empower people. And this is the way to empower people, by giving access to education and health so that they can build their own fortune. And your last question, I will answer it in the same way. I remember in Hubli, Deshpande had organized something where Ratan Tata, myself, and Narayan Murthy, we were on the stage, and there were some 2,000 students and parents and etc. And a little girl got up and asked each one of us, before you go, Sanjiv, go means go, huh? What is your last wish? What would you like to see? I gave an answer there, which I'd like to give right now. And that answer was, my dream is to see the smile on the face of 1.4 billion people, not just few privileged ones. And I believe that if we make inclusive innovation as a public service that we follow, and we may take high technology work for the poor and give them access equality despite income inequality. When we talk about raising the incomes, like in your discussion, etc., it is going to take time. It's not going to be easy. So income inequalities will vanish, not suddenly like pole vault. They will take time. But while that is happening, can we empower them so that they have all livelihood of the same quality or reasonable quality, at least functionally, as we have? So my last dream is that, to see that. I'm 82 and I'm still hopeful. People call me a dangerous optimist.
Great. Excellent. On that note, let us open to the mics. Are there roving mics here? Let's open to the audience. Yes, sir. You have a mic, sir?
I have.
Yes, please.
No. I'm here to take the mic to the person.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear.
So I'm here to...
Dr. Mashelkar, I have two questions.
Okay.
How you define trailblazing with respect to leapfrogging and pole vaulting in defining inclusion? How you define trailblazing with respect to leapfrogging and pole vaulting in defining inclusion?
Trailblazing.
Trailblazing. And my second question is, where you see basic science research and innovation heading in era of rapid digitization and loading innovation ecosystem?
Yeah, fine. We'll take 2-3 questions together because some of them may be overlap. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I come from micro and small industry sector. Can you speak into the mic?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mashelkar, for your wonderful insight into inclusivity. My question to you is, we have 1.4 billion people and 60% of the world innovation, that is the invisible innovation, is from our country. Why are we not able to produce that 60% invisible innovation into a world-class product?
Yes. Any other? Third question?
Yeah, we can't see the mics. Yeah, whoever has it, please.
This is Dr. Diwakar Goyal here. I am Chairman, Aero Company of Aviation Science and Management. Sir, we have learnt all your successful story, and it has made you as a role model, as a person who has created milestones, and definitely a legend in the field of science and a scientist. Can you recall any 3 failures in your life which you regret? Because I believe failures are important for success.
3 areas that you regret?
No. Just summarize all.
So we can take that, yeah. So 3 areas in your life that you regret. Innovations in India, why they don't become successful. And then was the other gentleman there. He was asking about trailblazing and how is it different from leapfrogging and pole vaulting.
I think the first question is, aspirations are your possibilities. If you keep them high, you can achieve them. All right? It's a question of aspirations. Let me illustrate that. When I became the director of National Chemical Laboratory in 1989, it was 2 years before liberalization. What were we doing? We were doing copying, we were doing reverse engineering. We used to call it import substitution. Okay? Anytime we did something which was ahead of the rest of the world, we found the Indian industry will say, but has Japan done it? Has US done it? Has Europe done it? So there was no confidence in that. So I remember on 1st June 1989, when I took over as a director, I had 1100 plus NCL family in our auditorium, and with a capacity of 560. So you can imagine the scenario. And I said, we'll make National Chemical Laboratory into International Chemical Laboratory. What does that mean? It means we have been beggars and borrowers, import substituting, copying, reverse engineering. We have been not followers, but fast followers. But that doesn't give me happiness. You know, we have to go beyond it. And therefore, when we create breakthrough ideas, if there is no Indian market, we'll create global market. And that was audacious. Because I said we'll license our patents. That was audacious because in 39 years, we did not have one US patent. And I remember that because I'm a polymer research guy, General Electric had created a breakthrough. I said we should be able to license to General Electric also. Okay? And I remember again a young fellow coming to me at the end and he says, sir, you talked about licensing our patents to General Electric, but do you realize that their R&D budget is 2.5 times India's R&D budget? And I remember saying, it is not the power of idea, power of budget that matters, it's the power of idea. And since you mentioned about General Electric, we'll take on General Electric. And I remember, this was in 1989. In 1991, 3 of our patents on solid state polycondensation for polycarbonate, we licensed to close to $1 million. That was the reverse transfer of technology to a company who were number 1 in the world in that space. All right? Demonstrating the same people who were copying and reverse engineering were able to create breakthroughs which we could license. And that, of course, began the journey where Jack Welch said, if they are so good, why are we not there? And then the R&D center came up, Jack Welch R&D center came up and the others came up. And today, there are more than 1,200 such R&D centers of top multinational companies, and some of them producing 1/3 of our IP. The same people who couldn't create IP. So I think it is a question of your having that desire to pole vault. And the same people with different aspirations will be able to do that. Lack of aspiration is not. That is, in one line, summarizes what we need to do. But while we are doing that, is it the time that we want, or is it the inclusion that we want? Do you want to see the face on the smile on the face of the people? And therefore, if you see each of these innovations that we have funded, they're all based on breakthrough. Who says world-class products cannot be created? Just go and see those 13, they have gone to 12 countries, 16 countries, 40 countries. The last one that I talked about, 40 countries. If they're not world-class, do you think they will be taking it? And as I said, I don't believe in best practice, I believe in next practice. Next practice means ahead of the rest of the world. So please take that out from your mindset. It's an issue of a mindset that we can't do that. Let us leave that follower mindset. I trust the young people. I'm a dangerous optimist. I trust them. Please trust them. They will create breakthroughs. You know, we are talking about generative AI and so on and so forth. What are we going to do? There are great worries. I can tell you I'm connected with this George and Next corporate accelerator. We are focusing on AI and generative AI and so on and so forth. You cannot believe what some of our startups have come out with in terms of breakthroughs. It's all happening. Please trust our young. That's the only uniform answer I will give to all questions.
Last answer to the gentleman. Any regrets in your life?
My regrets in life are the following. You know, first of all, in my own life, my weakness has been trust. I trust, but I have actually failed because I did not verify and trust. There have been occasions in my professional life where I had to suffer because I trusted and I did not verify. And I will not get into the detail, but that was a challenge at a kind of a national level. The second regret that I have is we are still talking about India becoming $30 trillion at a time when I will not be there. And I therefore regret that India has not progressed as fast as as we could have. And there have been reasons for that, you know. Some of them were basically mentioned. I will not again dwell into that. And therefore, once in my speech, I had expressed a desire, which is something I know as a scientist I should not be speaking. 2047, I certainly will not be there. And 2047 will be certainly a $30 trillion economy. And I had always regretted that people used to say that India is a poor country where rich people live, rich because of our culture and heritage. I want to see India as a rich country where rich people live, where the values and the rest. And because I'm 82, I can't see that happening in my lifetime. So I had sent one request to God. He has not responded as yet. Said, God, take away the rest of my life, but let me come back in 2047 just for a day. I've still not got a reply from him.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I hope all your dreams do come true. We have to close the session, unfortunately. Vishesh, over to you to close the session out, please.
Difficult to do concluding remarks after that, but considering this is a session on inclusive innovation, I'll break from tradition and first like to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for having the patience to stay with us till the very end of this. And of course, Dr. Mashelkar, Sushil, that was just unbelievable. I have to say, our role as Granth Thornton Bharat, as knowledge partners to this session and to these awards, is the easiest job we do. Is the easiest job, as you would have seen, picking such obvious recipients of these awards has to be the easiest job. We present to the jury a long list, but there are names that stand out, and you can see today why. You really, through the day today, you heard from our keynote speaker, Mr. Kant, talking about the mobile revolution, that digital revolution, that jam trinity that our Prime Minister set the vision for back in 2014, 2015, right? That's really powered that financial inclusion and wealth creation that Sanjiv, then supplemented that same subject, how he's made use of that. We are no longer followers of the West, but with UPI, ONDC, how we are now innovating at scale as a country. That was the theme that came across. Professor Varghese, principal of my alma mater, St. Stephen's College, was awarded, signed that MOU with AIMA. I'm so delighted about that because I feel it's such a missed opportunity that there are so few Bajaj FinServes that are investing in that 100-hour program at universities and integrating business and academia. I think too many of us, and I will encourage all of you here to think about that. How do you leverage academia? How do you integrate academia with your businesses? Sanjiv talked about reducing the loan time on consumer durables from 3 days to 30 seconds. That customer-driven innovation, that obsession with the customer, that's the only thing eventually that can keep a business competitive and make a business survive. Minister Pradhan even talked about inclusive innovation when he talked about those Swanidhi loans.
Yes.
If you remember, Swanidhi loans at 11% interest. Those loans are 10,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees. That's the scale of loan that people like me and a lot of you in this room have the privilege to spend in a night at a hotel like this, right? But that's the sort of loan that micro entrepreneurs in this country are now able to avail through the Prime Minister Swanidhi scheme. Mr. Kant, Mr. Kotak, both talked about that next 25 years of India. Mr. Mashelkar, of course, summarized that's the one day he'd like to see. The route to that 35 trillion being very clear. And that there is this remarkable new confidence on that route from here. We, of course, saved the very best for the last, if I can say that, with due respect to all the other recipients. Really the living brand ambassador of Indian inclusion, of inclusive innovation, and I think of innovation itself, you all will agree. Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. He talked about those Tata scholars. You can just imagine studying under lights, standing outside schoolrooms because they can't afford, and then reaching wherever. And that brings that question to my mind. Are we creating a life of privilege for the next generation just because we did well? Yeah. Or are we still leaving that aspiration in our children? As Dr. Mashelkar said, Jugaad is something he doesn't like because it's all about getting less from less. We have to think about disruptive innovation. 20x, not 20%. Better, cheaper, faster than what we were doing. Leapfrogging to pole vaulting, that kind of thinking. Exactly what Sanjiv Bajaj is doing. Yeah. Exactly what he has done.
Yeah.
He has pole vaulted across his businesses. And despite being what Dr. Mashelkar called himself a dangerous optimist, he warned us. He warned us about Bharat at 75, not just that India at 100, the route of which may be clearer and clearer, but we have to take that bottom of the pyramid along with us. And I'm actually delighted that so many of us at Ranthonton Bharat, at GT Bharat, over 10,000 of us today, but so many of them are now working at just that bottom of the pyramid across agri and food processing, women empowerment, MSMEs, startups, and working with corporates like HDFC Bank through their Parivartan program, linking it to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and making that impact at the bottom of the pyramid. I could go on forever on this subject of inclusive innovation because that's our real passion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just summarize by saying, and quoting from an Indian leader who I have tremendous respect from, Satya Nadella, our industry does not respect tradition. It only respects innovation. But the true measure of innovation is not just the technology itself, but how we can use it to empower everyone.
Nice.
How we can use it to empower everyone, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I would ask you to think about. Think about what you've learned today and think about how it's going to help you change your own thinking. Have a lovely evening. Thank you very much for coming.
Our thanks to Dr. Mashelkar, Mr. Borde and Mr. Chandiok. May I now request Mr. P. Dwarkanath, Treasurer, AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present mementos to Dr. Mashelkar, Mr. Borde and Mr. Chandiok. Thank you, Mr. Dwarkanath, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of the program today. I thank you all for joining us today in celebrating AIMA's 68th Foundation Day and 18th National Management Day. I would once again like to thank our sponsors who have supported us for this celebration of management. Our sincere thanks to our sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Tata Steel Limited and Triveni Turbines Limited. Co-sponsors, Dempo Group and Vodafone Idea Limited. Associate sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Kevin Care Private Limited, GAIL India Limited, Godrej Industries Limited, Transport Corporation of India Limited and Team Rajiv. Corporate sponsors, IFCO, JK Paper Limited, MIT ADT University, Nico Engineering Services, Nico Cables Private Limited, NTPC Limited, Pattern International Limited, Tata Chemicals Limited and Vikram Solar. Knowledge partners, Grant Thornton Bharat. We thank them all for their valuable support. So ladies and gentlemen, have a pleasant evening ahead till the next time we see you. Thank you.